me some light here. There we go. Oh, that looks scruffy. Well, there's a reason for that. I am scruffy. Let's see. No, but we got one showing so far. Don't know who. Okay, got another one here. Sherry showed up earlier at 5:30. Anyone give me a sound check? Am I coming through? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Avert your eyes to save them. Oh, probably should have combed my hair. Hello. Hey, Horton, how's it going? Okay, good. It's weird when you're just, I can see myself on the screen. I can, of course, hear myself, but not from the screen. Otherwise, you get feedback. That's why everyone's always wearing earphones. Uh, hey, Shaggy. Yeah, now people are starting to show up. Oh, oh my goodness. It is cold outside. Minus 6F. I'm very happy for electricity. It makes life a lot easier. Otherwise, we'd be burning a lot of wood right now. Uh, how much wood did you guys have to burn to keep your grandmother's house warm during the winter, little one?
Um, Usually like about a quart and a half a month. But bear in mind, she had monkey stoves upstairs. She had open grates in the
Yeah,
floors to the upstairs. And when things got really cold, the upstairs got closed, and we all slept around the big wood stove that
yeah,
was in the center of the kitchen and had sleeping benches around it.
yeah. So anyhow, a cord and a half per month. Yeah, you make energy by cutting wood. You also get strong. That's right. So, but anyhow, uh, it's a lot easier this way. I know people think the good old days. It's like no, that was the rough old days. It's not bad camping out when you want to, but it's nice to be able to go and get something nice and warm whenever you feel like. Just set the thermostat, go to sleep, wake up 8 hours later, it's still the same temperature. How often did you have to reload the stove in the middle of the night and stuff?
Very seldom.
Very seldom, huh?
The thermal mass that a cast iron stove that probably weighs as much as bugs.
It doesn't weigh as much
Well, it
as.
doesn't weigh as much as bugs, but I would say it was probably about 800 pounds to 900 pounds of iron.
Yeah. Well, how big was it?
It had a full size oven that would hold a 20-pound turkey. Next to it, it had
Okay. How big was the wood box? How much could you put in the wood box?
it was the same size as the full size oven.
Okay, so you're
You could put
talking.
like
You could put. You know,
you could put three 16-inch wide logs in the damn thing.
three 16-inch wide logs. Wow. Yeah, it'll
Three
hold a
cut
lot.
16-inch logs that were about 8-inch diameter.
8-inch diameter. Okay.
Yeah.
16 long, 8 inches in diameter. Yeah, that's pretty good sized wood stove. Do I have natural gas where we're at? We have natural gas in the area. We have natural gas, for example, our heaters downstairs are fired by natural gas. There's a boiler in the other end of the building that is fired by natural gas that runs baseboard heaters in that half of the building. This half of the building, there are some natural gas wall heaters that are thermostatically controlled. But in our room here, we have two baseboard heaters here in the living room, a little wall heater, electric wall heater in the kitchen, and another baseboard heater in the bathroom. So we're basically all electric up here. So um, that's our situation. If we have a blackout in the wintertime, this is going to quickly become unlivable right here. We'll be down in the camper. Um, it is supposed to get approximately 30 below zero Wednesday night. So I'm going to have to move the truck to the main parking lot tomorrow. We're going to do a little shopping and stuff in the afternoon. Then we'll move it the main parking lot where it's near an electrical outlet, and I can plug in the block heater. Yeah, natural gas is great if you need heat. Be it water heater, space heating, stoves. If you need heat, it's hard to beat natural gas. It's very, very efficient.
Or a very large, very old wood stove that will hold the heat and still boil water in the morning.
Yeah, you can do that, which requires a whole lot of breaking and hauling of wood. Or you can turn the little knob on the gas thing. I like convenience. I don't have a problem with it. Besides which, wood gives more carbon dioxide than natural gas. So it definitely gives a lot more particulates. It's a natural gas is a great fuel. I like it. Contrary to what you may hear on the news, fusion is not just around the corner. It'll be great if they ever get it effective. They'll come up with something somewhere down the line that will do a real good job, but it may be half a century or more later on.
Oh, come on, Bear. Lord Malarkey's going to roll it out next month and it will work perfectly.
Yeah.
He's phasing out natural gas starting next year.
Yeah, they're going to stop new hookups for natural gas next year.
They're
supposedly.
Talking about it.
That's what they're talking about. I think all these wonderful plans are going to start collapsing here very soon as people start shivering in the cold. Hopefully not too much here.
And eating the bugs.
The gas is a silent killer. It can be, especially before they started putting odorants in it. It's my understanding that it was a major school catastrophe in Texas that started the odorant adding to the natural gas. Because, as I say, it will kill, but I'm not sure. Does anyone know, does a modern smoke detector detect natural gas? I'm not sure.
I don't think they have.
I'm not sure exactly what.
They may have a bad air detector that detects natural gas.
My thing will detect natural gas. If things are plumbed and vented properly, CO2 is not a problem. Certainly anything will kill you, if it isn't installed correctly, so to speak. Electricity will get you pretty good, too. If you want energy and it gets away from you, bad things happen, guaranteed. Doesn't matter what kind of energy. Gas, electricity, whatever. So anyhow, we're surviving just fine. We're quite comfortable. And say this Wednesday, it's supposed to get down to 30 below. Thursday, it'll start coming back to more reading. By Friday, the high will be above freezing again, and the low will be like 20 or something. That's the prediction. But yeah, Wednesday is going to be rough. So anyhow, that's one of the things we're just dealing with right here. It's also fun to watch how the snow behaves. It evaporates at these temperatures. Oh yeah. Hey Tricky, how's it going? Oh, it's cold enough. Yeah, I prefer it wasn't this cold, but what the hell, we'll survive. Poor Lauren had a plumbing job he had to deal with over the last 2 days outside. Not much fun. Anyhow, for those of you who watch the videos, I'm sure you saw, first of all, had some fun ice fishing. And yes, it was a big northern that Lauren hooked. Got it up to the hole, got the nose pointed up in the hole, and was trying to reach down, grab the gill, and slap it up out of there. Didn't work. Hook didn't have enough bite. But yeah, when it just jerked, when he reached for it, it was bad. No problem, Chris. Nothing important's happened so far. So that was kind of fun. Had a good time. And we just finished eating the last of the fish tonight. It's quite tasty. The other interesting thing, of course, this week was in the lab. And I still have not the faintest idea what happened with that one elution sample, the first thiourea acid elution sample. I have no clue. Logically, you would say, okay, I'd put some lye in there or something instead of thiourea. Except I had to open the container. I was waiting for that test because I needed the thiourea. The thiourea showed up, and I took it to the lab and I opened it up for that test. The sulfuric acid, I had to open the factory container for that one. So I specifically remember, and even Lauren will remember opening the sulfuric acid because he helped me on that. So I got a test that has 4 ingredients: resin, water, thiourea acid. And I remember the thiourea, the acid, and the water, and the resin. I remember adding all of those. While it's theoretically possible that I added some lye completely out of the blue and for absolutely no reason, and nothing else I was doing at that time in any way, shape, or form used any, it would be more like a psychotic break than oopsie. Okay. And it really would have been bizarre. Eva would have probably noticed the personality change or whatever. I have no clue. Have no clue whatsoever. Both the other tests behaved relatively normally. I got too much other stuff to do to play games with that time and time again. So I'll just chuck it up to, as my late friend Linda said, face it, Keith, you're an ant and God is playing with his magnifying glass. So, no, the urea is the actual solvent. This particular formula for elution was sent to me by the manufacturer of the Pure Gold resin to elute it. I was following their formula, and that's why I used it. Thiourea, on the other hand, an acid thiourea solution will dissolve gold. It's another possible leaching solution. It's another chemistry that actually works. So I really don't know. Merry Christmas to you too, David. But that's what it was there for. I was just testing the methodology. Chris suggested, man, why don't you try it on the max water, see what happens? Because theoretically, it's not going to work too well on the max water. But if I screw something up, like maybe I did, I've only got so much of the pure gold resin. I wanted to do some testing first. The other thing is, Eva has a limited capacity with that little furnace to run assays. If she could run 4 crucibles at a time, she could kick some butt.
Totally.
But it's just a minute. She's waiting on the furnace all the time, so I can't just count on Eva. Let's try this. Here's 3 here's 3 samples of resin. Let me know what's going on. Yeah, it's not practical
3
at this point.
samples of resin takes a day and a half.
Yeah, exactly. She can get 2 done per day, and that's when she's running sequences, because the the parting of the beads takes a fair amount of time too, anywhere from what, 45 minutes to a couple hours.
The parting of the beads nowadays is down to taking about 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Wow, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
The problem is the smelting, because I can only put one crucible in there at a time.
Yeah.
It is the buttons and cupellation. A 60-gram button takes an hour.
Okay.
A 35-gram button takes 35 minutes.
How long does a crucible take for a smelt?
About an hour.
About an hour. So it takes her about an hour to put a charged crucible in there and get it smelted to the point where she's pouring the slag and button out. It takes her about an hour to cupel the large lead button she gets from that process. Then it takes her 15 to 30 minutes to take the precious metal bead from that process, put it in the parting acid, and get the parting debris. Then she takes another, 15 minutes or more to dry the parting debris?
Yeah, the parting debris is about 15 minutes to dry.
And then she has to dry the parting debris, weighs it, puts it in a little, I think it's gold-free foil. Is that gold and silver-free lead foil? You know?
Yes, it is, as far as I know. And that process takes about 5 minutes once they get in.
Only
furnace.
5 minutes to cupel those?
5 to 7.
5 to 7. So
how
call it
cold
another
the
10
furnace is
minutes
at the time.
to cupel that. So you add that all together, that's a lot of time. Some of these processes can be done in parallel. For example, she can cupel 2 samples at a time. Even the big cupels are small enough you can do 2 at once. Yeah, you got it, David. And don't forget, metaphysics involved here somewhere, apparently. The whole turning acids into bases, transmuting acids into bases seems a bit magical to me, especially as I can't repeat it. I have no idea. But anyhow, so she's working her little buns off and getting the results that we can. And then the lab in town, which directly measures the gold in the solutions, it takes anywhere from a few days to about a week to get back numbers. The particular type of tests that he uses to check the gold, he doesn't do every day. So when he's got a number of metal samples, metals in solution samples to run, and then he calibrates his ICP and gets set up for that and then runs them, and I'll be one of those. So it's frequently 3 to 5 working days before I get an answer back from the time I drop off the samples. And did figure out what this blue color is. Prussian blue. Yep. He made it when he acidified the solutions to run through the ICP. So anyhow, all of this means that to actually get answers, it takes a little while. So typically I'll be doing experiments without knowing the results of the last couple of experiments. So that means that quite often I'm kind of shooting in the dark and just, we'll see what happened there. Let's try something a bit different while we're waiting for the results from that and get some guidance. We can measure the gold in the resin with relatively good reliability. One sample that Eva ran recently, we think the unusual results were primarily because the assay process itself didn't work too well, probably because of some chemical change caused by the processing. She's using the same flux in the same way, and it just came up with a somewhat different result. She said she could actually still see some dendritic gold in the crucible. So I can get, if I want to know what's in the resin, Eva can pretty reliably and relatively quickly tell me. On the other hand, if the stuff is gone from the resin in any way, shape, or form, and I've got a solution and a precipitate. I really can't tell you where it's at. Is it in the precipitate or is it in the solution? That I could not tell you without drying and smelting the precipitate and hoping we have the right flux for that, or taking the solution off to the lab. So it takes a while to figure it out. And then you do the exact same process on the same brand resin and get two different results, like the Prussian blue. It's like that happened on one, not on the other resin. In order to neutralize 50 cc's of battery acid, you would need something on the order of at least a couple of tablespoons of pure powder, solid lye. Now, there's no way there was that much lye anywhere around it that I didn't notice. If it was a small variation, for example, if Eva is doing her parting and there's any chloride in her parting dishes, this is the Max Water 104133, Chris. I think that's the amine. But if Eva has any chloride in that little parting cup that she's using, that's going to precipitate the silver, and you're not going to be able to get it away from the gold because you're going to have this white insoluble precipitate. And you'll also have granular gold, no way to separate it to speak of. So there are things where a little contamination can cause a substantial problem. But this is a lot more than a little contamination. This would have to be a lot of contamination. Chris is of the opinion that you can have a lot of ions in the resin that could maybe do that itself. We had 50 grams of resin.
It's a quantum thing.
But it didn't do it simply. The second time I did the backup test where I deliberately changed the sequence and I kind of fiddle-farted around a little bit, and I got essentially the same results. The third test and the second test gave me the same results, totally different than the first test. I can't figure out why. I don't want to do it as far as I know. I'm going to get really freaking annoyed if the samples from the lab come back that the basic, that pH 12 solution, man, it's got gold all over the place in it. This worked great. And I'm like, yeah, how the hell did it work in the first place? So hopefully that's not going to happen. The chances that the other one has a lot of gold in it is, who knows? Should work on the Pura Gold, but I'll worry about that when we can get back out there. So, yeah, it's pretty bizarre. Now, what I've got going, well, it's not running right now, but I just started the testing on it, is my electrolytic cell. There's two possible uses for this. Number one, if you elute the gold out of the resin and put it into a solution, this would be the way you'd get the gold out of the solution. The second thing is we're trying to see if by putting the resin in the electrical circuit in the cell, that it will drive the gold off of the resin, even if the solution itself doesn't snatch it off the resin too well. So let me show you what that looks like here. And I've got video that I need to edit together. We've got about 3 more days left of super cold weather, and I'll get it sometime in that. But anyhow, started out with a little plastic container. And in the plastic container, I have a flat sheet metal stainless steel anode. And that's the positive terminal. Lauren cut it so that it specifically fits those conical paint filters that you can buy at the hardware store. So you slide a paint filter on there and clip it, and then you put the resin in here. So you have a positive charge here, then you have the resin. This is just to prevent shorting, which probably isn't that critical as long as I've got this paper thing there, the funnel. And then over here is a stainless steel cathode. This is where the metals will plate to. So I get this steel wool wrapped around a stainless steel rod. Or the second one I did, I actually just kind of hung it down in the thing, just steel wool, just a little piece of steel wool. And then I have this little peristaltic aquarium dosing pump that can do anywhere from 1 mil to 250 milliliters per minute. And I have it sucking from this side of the steel wool and then going over inside the paint filter over the resin so that the fluid goes this way and the electricity goes this way. So theoretically, the ions would come from the resin and go to the steel wool. I have a lot bigger container than I need to do this, but that gives me plenty of room to have lots of solution, and I can also increase the size later if I wish to do so. I have plenty of power supply for this. This porous insulator, you see, that's just a 3M pad. It works. Now, I did a test of the system because you don't like to set up a new system and then do an important test on it because you're probably going to have to redo it. So I took the stage 3 tricky dicky elutions of the 2 sets of samples that we did a week or so ago and just poured the solutions into that electrolytic cell there. I didn't have any resin, just using the 2 electrodes, and let it run for about 3 hours, and then took the steel wool out, rinsed it off a bit, not super thorough. And then I was looking and seeing what I thought were gold colored patches on it. It wasn't all over the place or whatever, but there were certain patches that looked like, yeah, it looks like gold's plating there. Then I digested that in muriatic acid, hydrochloric acid. And I had, of course, vastly less volume at that point. And the residue also had what looked like gold patches on it. Yellow, shiny sort of stuff. Okay. So the next test will be to take that residue, give it to the mad scientist with the furnace, and let her do a fire assay on it. So that's the next step in that. We're going to start back in the lab on Friday. I might have the results by Saturday. And right now I've got a sample of resin in there. The the steel wool electrode, after, I don't know, I ran it about 3 hours. After I was done, I took it out, rinsed it off, and left it to air dry. When we get back there, I'll put it back in the solution and start it. Because I don't want to have everything running for days while I'm not there and able to monitor it. And also, I do not want to leave the cathode in the solution for days. It's likely to dissolve. The resin, I don't care. It's a potential elution solution. And if it's kicking gold off of the resin, well, that's great. That's what I want to do. So we shall see. When I'm done with a couple of days of that, then I'll go ahead and take the resin and give it to the scientist over there and let her fire assay it. We know what the amount of gold in that resin is with a fair degree of precision, and so we can tell what we removed. I'll also digest the steel wool and fire that. So we'll have a good idea what happens. If this methodology works to get the gold off the resin, then that's a good thing. Then the next thing to test, and is whether or not that resin that's left will absorb gold out of solution again. Can it be easily reused? First of all, can it be reused just that way, or is there a way of reconditioning it? Usually you would recondition it. We shall see what we shall see. This particular solution with sodium hydroxide and salt might very well do a good job of reconditioning it. So we will see. And that test we could do on a bottle roll. We have some solution here that we actually saved from the year before, I think. And we can do our standard test with whatever it is. I have to learn. I think it was like a gram of resin or a half a gram in the half a liter of solution. I believe that was my normal thing. So we'll be able to test that on a laboratory scale pretty easy. Another interesting observation this week, if you have the resin like we have in Ziploc, gallon Ziploc bags, noted when that cartridge was removed from circuit, etc. And we got these batches all in different Ziploc bags. If you take a spoon and spoon some out and weigh it, that's what I would call wet resin. On the other hand, if you put some of that resin on a screen and let it drain, but for like 10 minutes or so, I'm calling that damp resin. And the difference is about 20% by weight. 60 grams of wet gives you 50 grams of damp. So for what it's worth, it's a big difference in the weight. When you're trying to weigh a resin sample out, 20% is a lot of variance. So that's a useful observation.
That's why I always tried to take my resin samples when they were,
Yeah, on the screen.
On the screen, or when they were in the cartridge.
After the cartridge had drained. Out. Yeah, exactly. But anyhow, we now have a quantitative estimation of that instead of just a guesstimate. So that's basically where we're at. Where can the gold be found in Vermont? Were we in Vermont?
We were in upstate New York and New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. We were in New Hampshire. We were in western New Hampshire, kind of toward the southern end. I forget the name of the place. That's not a bad idea, Chris. He suggests taking unloaded resin and doing a wet to dry ratio or a damp to dry ratio, and then loaded resin do a damp to dry ratio, and that will give us a good idea of how much solids have been absorbed.
I haven't done the unloaded resin yet on that, but my damp to dry ratio is all of my samples, and with my samples I expect from a 50 gram sample, I generally get 25 grams plus or minus 1.5 grams.
Yeah.
Anything below 23 and a half is usually resin that's weighing light. Anything more than 26 and a half is resin that's weighing heavy.
Yeah, it would also be nice to do a volumetric test where you take so many grams of dry resin and see how many cc's it is.
I never thought of the volumetric one, but I had been telling you that I wanted to do a whole series of weight tests. We just hadn't gotten around to it.
Yeah, I would think so, Tricky. I'm only running about 2 volts. This latest test, I've been running 1.85 volts because that's where it kind of stepped up in amperage. The previous one was 2.2 volts. I'm hoping to be able to plate the gold while precipitating or leaving in solution everything else. Raise the pH. What pH were you running, Tricky? Then add some HCl and the metals will go into solution. Yeah. Pulls nickel and copper. HCl dissolves nickel? Tricky? Question? You just raise it to a pH 4 and that drops them all? Still pretty acid. Yeah. It's a weak acid. That's not quite as much as vinegar. Okay, Mr. Fang, you take care. Yeah, the one thing I would see with the problem with nitric acid, if you've been using hydrochloric acid and salt, unless you get things really, 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 really well rinsed, that chloride can then bind to the gold also. You know, of course, if you already plated it out, that's maybe not a big issue. My solutions are kind of a brownish color, but they started that way. I've got a Gooch crucible and small filter papers coming so I can deal with small quantities of precipitates and solution a whole lot better. Right now I'm using a big Buchner funnel, and that's a little bit of a pain. Yeah, rinse in boiling water. Yeah. I've got kind of limited capacity for certain things, Tricky. I'll see what I can do. But yeah, we shall see. Next test after this one is going to be, and I can do that concurrently, is put a beaker of the Purigold resin and the thiourea acid elution solution, and then see what happens there. If that does a good job of pulling the gold off of the Purigold, then I won't need to use electricity to get the gold off of it. And all I do is strip it chemically and then run the chemicals through a electrolytic cell to get the gold. That would be a fairly simple system. If I was going to do that, then what I would probably do, change this around a little bit, because this is designed again for a fairly small quantities. But in that case, what I would do is I would have a cartridge holder here, and I would take this like that, so that as the gold is stripped from solution, the solution is recirculated through the resin. Where's my resin? Green. And the resin is in here. So by doing that, I will strip the resin. This wouldn't matter. This wouldn't be here at all. Then the solution comes in here, goes through the electrode, the cathode, and back out again. According to Purigold, it should take about 10 bed volumes of solution to strip the resin at, I think it was 55 degrees centigrade, about 130 Fahrenheit. And the flow rate, I think, was 2 bed volumes per hour. So it would take like about 5 or 6 hours theoretically to strip that. And if we could make that happen, then we wouldn't even need to take the resin out of the cartridges. Just move the cartridge from one spot to another. So if we can get an effective elution solution, that's the circuit that we're planning on doing. From the electrolytic cell, barium solution goes up to the resin cartridge, back to the electrolytic cell. So that's the evil plan. We'll see how it works. But until we can get a solution that does a good job of stripping the gold off of the resin, we're kind of screwed. That's where we're going. We may switch to the pure gold resin. It seemed to be doing a decent job of absorbing gold out of solution. The mill, we didn't have enough time to thoroughly test it, but using our spot test, it was doing a pretty good job. And as far as I know, we never finished loading it. So, bought it tricky. It's pretty simple over here just to buy stuff. You know, you just get on Amazon and spend 15, 20 bucks. See what it was. Let's see. Amazon. Come on, where are you? Thiourea. Okay. So, view your item, view order, view invoice. There we go. I know there was an option there somewhere. 500 grams, basically a pound, 30 bucks. Plenty for what I'm doing. Where you're at, I don't think Amazon is quite as convenient. But so that's what I did. And that way I know I've got exactly what I need, and it's real simple and blah, blah, blah. Eva's looking at, I mean, she really wants to recover her nitric acid, which is actually fairly simple. Once you've done your parting.
And my copper, and my sulfuric acid, everything.
Yeah. You can add sulfuric acid and then distill off the nitric acid. And then you can electroplate the copper. You know, once you cemented the silver with copper and removed it from the system, then you add sulfuric acid. It reacts with the copper nitrate to make copper sulfate, releasing nitric acid, which you then distill off, and then you electrolyze the copper sulfate solution, and you wind up with sulfuric acid solution and copper again.
So I get everything. Ha-ha!
Yeah. Theoretically, you can pretty much recover everything back. So, as I say, right now, too much hassle. We're too busy doing other stuff. But yeah. And so that's one of the things that she'd love to do in the future, but which I'm like, don't worry about it for now. We're keeping all the equipment busy.
I keep telling you, the gut says I got to learn how to do this stuff.
Well, we did learn how to do it. You need a distillation apparatus, which I don't think we have at the moment, but is about $100.
Lauren probably has it. Lauren has everything.
Yeah, that was at Sci Plus, right?
Yeah.
The distillation apparatus. Yeah.
104 something at American Science and Surplus.
Yeah. So,
my favorite place.
So not a big issue. But that's our situation right now. I've still got to get back out to the ranch and pick some stuff up and replace a door. So, yeah, we got lots to do, but it seemed to be making progress. And that was a pretty good bead that Eva made. She worked really hard last Thursday. She was trying to make a 1/4 ounce bead, and she came up just a smidge short. One more good assay, and she would have had it, but that was going to be another 2 or 3 hours. And she was just worn out, especially her back. We left at like 10 o'clock in the evening. Luckily, Lauren doesn't care. He was in his house, probably sleeping by then. But yeah, she tried real hard. She was quite annoyed that she didn't quite get that 1/4 ounce, but it was close. It was real close. And another thing she's going to be starting on is ashing beads and then processing the ash from a lot more beads than she can assay at one time to see we can uh, what the flux formula needs to be to do a good job. She's got a little bag with miscellaneous scraps of beads, basically, dried beads where it was more than the even assay numbers, and go from there. Purolite 100. I don't know if I've done Purolite 100. Let me look here. I did a couple of different ones. Leach kinetics. Resin absorption. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Flocculant test. Initial report on the first stage there. Leach kinetics. I put it up here. Oh, there we go. No, the ones I used were Puromet and Pure Gold. The Puromet MTA 5015 SO4 and the Pure Gold MTA 5011. So I don't have any information on the Purolite 100. Hey, Ricky. So can't help you there, Tricky. Did you want the formula for the elution solution for the Pure Gold? I can give you that one. It's 1 molar thiourea, 1/2 molar sulfuric acid, and the rest water. That's it. Not sure, Tricky. I have no clue. I'm not sure what the, let's see, Pure Gold. Puro Gold ion exchange resin. See if it can. Purolite. Ion exchange resins. Pure Gold MTA 501 SO4. Yeah, that's not. That doesn't seem to be what I was looking at. MTA 5015 SO4. 5015 SO4. That says Pure Gold. But here I've got Pure Gold. That was Puromet. And my Pure Gold that I've got listed was 501 MTA 5011. Pure Gold MTA 5011 space. Hit. Yep, there it is. Let's see what it says it is. It's a type 1 quaternary ammonium. Whatever that means. Probably ought to write it down, huh? Oh, dearie, pure gold is type 1 quaternary ammonium. Pure gold. Type 1 quaternary ammonium. I believe that's the active group. Cl- form. Moisture retention, particle size range, reversible swelling. Okay, it goes from chloride to hydroxide. So you see that, if that was the resin, it might have been able to neutralize it. Shipping weight, temperature limit. It's macroporous polystyrene linked with divinyl benzene. Is it a... Okay, it's a strong base anion resin. Strong base anion resin. Which, as far as I know, is exactly the same general class that the Max Water resin. I think that's also a strong base anion resin. It says it's a strong base anion resin. Said it's a strong base anion resin. And both Chris and Tricky say sounds like Max Water. This solution may work good on it. Let's hope. That would be nice. It would be nice to finally have something that works. Oh, goodness. This has been interesting.
It would be nice to have something that works more than once.
That
actually works on different things.
Now you're getting very persnickety, little one.
Now I'm getting picky here.
You want it to be repeatable too, I'll bet. So when you do the exact same thing more than once, you get the exact same results. Man, you're asking a lot of reality here. You know that, don't you?
Yes. Absolutely. It's a quantum thing, dude. Totally.
Chris says it's not the resin that's the fun part, it's the Eco Goldex. Yeah, it could be true. Yeah, it's entirely possible we got several different gold complexes in the solution and they behave somewhat differently. Ooh, that's okay, Argonaut. Just don't smell too much, okay? Yeah, that'll get you high. Argonaut says, I'll just stick to smelling methyl ethyl ketone. So, anyhow, we may be onto something here. This stuff looks, it's an opaque matte white. It's kind of weird looking, you know? Wow, somebody figured out. Oh, okay. So anyhow, yeah, it's kind of white, and when it's loaded, it's kind of a yellow. But it's not even a bright mustard yellow, is it? It's almost like a limonite yellow sort of thing. I say so. It looks a lot different and colors a lot different when it's getting loaded. So we'll see. We'll find out once we can drive around again and it's not 30 freaking below zero. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to plug in the truck Wednesday. I don't want that engine to get that cold. It gets to the point where you can almost freeze antifreeze, and that would be more than a bit annoying. So that's where we're at. Is that methyl ethyl ketone peroxide? I don't know. I really don't know, Tricky. What are you replacing it for? If it's just a general solvent, you can probably replace it with acetone. More specific, who knows? Maybe Chris will chime in here. Oh, well, by the way, as you probably noticed, Jim's not here tonight. Don't know why. Never heard. You know? Um, so I don't know what's going on. No information. I presume he's okay. Ha! I won one, Tricky. Gold star for Keith. Uh, as you can see, we're closing gold. Methyl ethyl ketone for catching gold out of what solutions? Tricky. I've used methyl isobutyl ketone to get it out of acid solutions. It does a pretty good job on the chloride complex of gold. Not familiar if it'll get any other complexes. Is the resin reusable? Theoretically, yes. It's designed to grab stuff and then turn it loose again under, you change the surrounding conditions in pH or chloride concentration or things like this, and you reverse the process, and then it's reusable. Is it expensive? Not really. About $15 a pound, and a pound of resin, 454 grams times 0.04. A pound of resin will absorb about 2/3 of an ounce of gold. What's the price of gold? $17.50. So about $1,025 worth of gold on $15 worth of resin. So effectively, no, it's pretty damn cheap, especially if it's reusable. Say first, we got to get a way of getting the gold off of the resin. Then we have to make sure that we can actually regenerate it, which is theoretically not a problem. But as everything else in this thing has gone, it's like, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, but it is. and we're knocking over the dominoes one at a time, and eventually we'll get to the end of the stack there. But they're amazingly resistant dominoes to getting knocked over at times. But yeah, it's quite an efficient way of doing it. This is why we're originally figuring we were just going to ash it and smelt it, because I mean it's worth 1/100th of the gold that's in it. So simple process. The problem was the ashing and smelting wound up with big losses of gold, 25 to 50%. Then that gets real expensive real fast. We have found that some of these attempts at elution have resulted in resins that are resistant to those losses. We're probably converting the complexes that are in the resin to a different complex that's not nearly as volatile. Either that or we're stripping something out of the resin that causes the gold to volatilize. Iron would be one good possibility. Whatever it is, some of these tests that we've done after elution tests have had zero losses in the ashing. The one where things went kind of cattywampus on EVA there, the ashing was actually giving us better results than the straight fire assay. So there was clearly something that had been created in the resin that was messing with the assay process. So say the whole thing is just find a set of steps that will reliably either give you good results or let you know that there's something that's not going to give you good results. For example, if it creates Prussian blue and then it's not going to work, it's like, okay, at least we can tell we got Prussian blue. We know that plan A isn't going to work with this batch of resin. And that's probably primarily dependent on which batch of ore and what other minerals were in that ore besides gold. And so what got into the resin that would affect those sorts of things. But the idea is to wind up with a process that is simple. Do this and you will get the gold. Just like baking a cake. You take this and you do that and so much of this and you stir it and you put it in the pan, you put it in an oven for boom, done. That's the idea. Oh, that sounds great, Tricky. Let me know. We're also working on getting Eva a macro lens for her smartphone so we can take pictures of things like the beads and the colors and the residue from the steel wool, stuff like that, so that y'all can have good pictures of these things. And I also saw somewhere up here, I forgot where it was, but I saw someplace I found the picture in a picture thing. So once we have some other pictures to show you, I'll learn how to use the picture in a picture thing, and I can actually show you stuff so that you can see what it actually looks like microscopically. It's very difficult to describe, and there's no way you're going to get nearly the good visualization as if I actually got you a picture. So we're working on it, trust me. And we will see what we can find out. Right now, I mean, we could have ordered one from Amazon, but we don't know for sure which one to order because Eva's got an inexpensive phone, so that's not the ones they list.
And I did search using the specific name of my phone, looking for ones that were compatible with my phone.
Yeah.
And I found a long list that had everything on it but my phone.
Yep. Yeah, Tricky, that doesn't sound like fun. Eva would probably like to go there. She's weird like that. Tricky says, another cave with maybe 50 skeletons in it. The local guys wanted to pull the gold teeth from the skulls, but some were wired and maybe booby traps, so we were scared off.
Wow. Tricky, you're having all the fun, dude. Hell, hey. Gigantic shells and skeletons and shit. I'm jealous.
What can I say, Tricky? Get your back together, girl.
I can't fly. I won't fly.
Yeah. Fly or you won't get the vax.
I won't fly and I won't get the vax.
She says she won't fly, so
now I will take a slow boat over there, but I won't get the vax.
She'll take a slow boat. And to get over there, it is a slow boat. Yeah.
I'd like to get you on a slow boat to China.
You might be able to catch one in the fall going from the Pacific Northwest to maybe the South Seas. You might be able to catch one, But anyhow, you can take the slow boat and I'll fly over and meet you there. I have been on boats in the middle of the ocean. Now they were fishing boats, but I tell you what, that ocean doesn't look a whole lot different from one day to the next, except for the size of the waves and where they're coming from. So yeah, I'd like to do like an inside passage thing, or maybe a Caribbean thing. But yeah. Oh Lord, I would really gain weight then, wouldn't I, little one?
Oh dear Lord. We would have to roll you off the boat. Yeah. Not happening.
Watch out, man. If they roll me off the boat in Alaska, they'll skewer me thinking I'm a walrus.
You go bouncing down the pier.
Yeah.
Boing, 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 boing.
Blindside, thank you very much. We wish everyone the best of happy holidays and Merry Christmas and joyous New Year's and all that other stuff. I hope everyone has a great holiday season.
Merry.
But also, I don't know if I've told you guys, in mid-January, I'm getting hiatal hernia surgery. So
it's on a Tuesday. His live stream will go on as scheduled.
Yeah. The live stream will go on as scheduled, but for about a week after the surgery, I'm going to be on a just like almost clear liquid diet. And then after that, for another 5 weeks, it's liquid or blended or this or that. I don't know. Somebody in the house is going to keep an eye on the food that goes in my mouth and keep track of the amount and the kind and this and that and the other. Sounds very annoying to me to have to drink my food, basically, but I will survive.
For 5 months.
What?
I did it for 5
Oh,
months.
you did it for 5 months. I know you did. But anyhow, so I'll be light duty for 6 weeks. So around the end of February. Ricky says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's, Keith and Eva. Thank you, Ricky.
Merry Christmas, Ricky.
And I say, everyone else, I hope things go well for you wherever you're at. But that's another bit of news. That shouldn't really cause too much trouble because, again, that's midwinter, so we're going to be doing primarily lab work. So might have a couple weeks where I'm not really doing much. And we'll see. Hopefully by then we'll have the elution thing figured out. And then once we get that, once we have an efficient process for processing the resins, then we're going to go to see how big of batches we can do. And that will, again, be an interesting transition. Thank you, Shaggy. I've never been terribly worried about surgery until that inguinal hernia fiasco last year. It's got me a little spooky on this one. Oh, I mean, because the inguinal hernia, there's really not a whole lot of things that can really screw up that badly. But on a hiatal hernia, they're working. I said, well, the heart's over here, the lungs are there, the descending aorta is there,
Which is why a robot's going to be doing it.
Yeah. The surgeon, he likes using a robot for that. He says, first of all, it gives him 3D vision. Secondly of all, the controls, it's basically like a fly-by-wire thing. So it even has tremor suppression, and he can basically slow the motions down so that a large motion with his hand makes a small motion of the instrument, so he can get real good precision. So he much prefers using the robot to doing it manually. Although, as Eva, and very good question. Well, what happens if it breaks? In the middle of the surgery? And he says, well, then we just do it arthroscopically. It's we just go back to the next version of how we used to do these things. So let's see. Tricky just sent me an email. Not here yet. And you can basically it's got like a whole bunch of fail safes and stuff to it. Theoretically, if it breaks, it just stops. It's not like an airplane where you can't just park it.
Well, this is in theory. We shall see.
Yep. We shall see what we shall see. But I say it's a more substantial surgery than the inguinal hernia, you know, and higher risk and much longer. You could call it a recovery time, but it's not so much from the surgery per se as they've done something to my digestive system that needs to be brought online slowly and gently, so to speak.
And you are going to have to temper your appetite long term.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same weight I was for the last 5 years. But anyhow, let's see, Tricky, see if your thing has showed up here. Yes, there it is. Okay, let's see Tricky's video. You might want to see this little one. There's supposed to be videos. I mean, not videos. Show all 8 attachments, sure. What is this? Ooh, that looks like is that a silver box lid there? Or no, that's actually the box. It's got a piano hinge. Color to me looks a lot like silver.
Silver or possibly plated. Yeah, it looks like it could be plated.
There's another box there.
Oh, that's pretty.
That looks like brass or bronze there, that
Yeah.
octagonal one.
Yeah, with the oxidation inside, it does.
Looks cool. Interesting. So, guess who's here?
Hi, everybody.
Cool pictures.
That's what's going on there.
Won't be an archaeologist.
Anyone got any questions or subjects or anything like that? I know Eva's got a few things. There's news going on all over the place.
Oh, it's not time yet.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. But David says, hiya, Eva. Snow? I don't think it's snowing still. Nope. Don't see any. We've had maybe a quarter inch since 10 o'clock this morning, I think is about when I went out. I cleaned the porch then, and it's just dusted. So that's our situation. Let me check something else. If they've changed that. No, not on ours. Lauren said his weather report says minus 34 Wednesday night. Mine's still just saying minus 28. So looks like there may be some snow tomorrow, little one. High of 3, low of minus 8. But we'll head out around noon or a little thereafter. That'll give us time to get everything done. Give a little time for the truck to warm up a little bit before we try starting it. And then I'll get it moved over here. So get that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to plug it in Wednesday night. It's just getting too damn cold for that poor thing. Oh, the antifreeze should be pretty good, but I mean, that's getting down to the range where, you better have an antifreeze tester before you'd have confidence there. But yeah, it should be in good shape. Oh dear. Worse, your oil is solid. Yeah, because I've got a conventional oil with that engine. If you could run a 5W20 synthetic, that would work pretty well at those temperatures. Yeah, if you're at these real low temperatures, those Those synthetics are really good. The problem is they don't have the additives I need. The jug that I just looked at it today, and it said like minus 38 is what it's good for or something. Yeah, 0.15. Yeah, that'd be fine, but that's not the oil my engine needs for normal operation. There's some high pressure additives and stuff to supplement the lack of lead in the gasoline on these older style valve guides, is what I've been told. So yeah, you can. I say it's not bad. I've been starting it pretty easily between 10 and 20 degrees. Got the oil pressure gauge so I can see exactly when the oil pressure comes up. One thing that's kind of nice is I have to kind of pump the gas and everything to get it to fire. So what I can do is I can turn the ignition on, crank it, wait for the oil pressure to come up, then pump it and fire it. Okay, Tricky. Take care. Good luck. Merry Christmas. Kiss all the babies. Merry Christmas for us. And take care.
Bye, Tricky.
Yep. So anyhow, maybe we should move Eva's. No, it's when Jim's here. He usually handles
It's not
things.
time yet.
Yeah.
The goddess is still contemplating what to look up.
Yeah, no, but when Jim's not here, I'm sitting here just mumbling for half an hour or more. Let's see. Heard something from the lady in London. Still no news, basically. She was appreciative of the information
about all
I
the
sent.
paperwork you're going to be doing this week.
Yeah, I got a lot of paperwork to do. I got one thing Eva's good at is generating forms.
Many forms.
Yeah, she seems to like them for some reason. This is mill records. Every batch, let's see, has a record of exactly what we did with it. So that's the records from this fall. This we can correlate back once we get the assays from the lab and get a good idea what's in the ore, because it's basically a bulk sample of the ore. Now this is the experiment book. These are the completed experiments, or the ones in process. And boy, it's kind of hard to see, but every time we try something, it's recorded. You know, what we did, what the
And it has
results
a
were.
number, and everything is tracked by number.
And this, smelt records. This is the big one. Every time Eva does an assay or a pair of assays or whatever, she fills out one of these forms. And
Hey, you can show them one to show them how it
right now she's up to there. And basically it shows the temperature profile, what the flux was, where the resin was from, etc., and what the results are. And for example, Good Lord. How far are we in this book here? Crucibles 1B and 2. 0928 E1. 12.5 grams. Okay, like here's some of these things where she's ashing, and she'll have one that'll be ashed and one that'll just be fire assayed, so that we can see exactly what's going on there. This, for example, was the stage 1 of batch 1202E. The original resin had we call it a bead size, but what it is if you had 12.5 grams of dry resin and smelted it down, she does at least 2 tests for each batch of ore. And so this one here had a average bead size of 0.41 grams. And this is the one that she had the weird things that went cattywampus on her. Here's the 2 bead sizes. And as you can see, first of all, they're not real close together, which they should be. But also, the fire assay was substantially less than the ashed and then assayed. And the ashed and assayed gave a 0.284 gram bead, and just the assayed only gave a 0.197. That's when I told you that she could still see some dendritic gold in the crucible.
Which is why all my slag is reserved.
Then this would be the same stuff after the stage 2. And as you can see, now the ashed and non-ashed are pretty darn close. Hey, Rock, how's it going? And in this case, the assay is a little higher than the ashed, which is what you would expect. So these are the sort of things we need to look through and kind of correlate and generate a few reports while we're sitting here frozen in. I feel like Shackleton. Not really. They were trying to survive. We're comfortable. Off-season equipment maintenance. No real maintenance going on just yet. We did change the oil in the minor Bago. Haven't got to those rear spring shackles yet. Haven't done anything with the Stutenroth mill yet. Lauren has an excavator in the shop right now with hopefully just a head gasket leak. Took it off. It was leaking, but the head is at a shop. Hey, Lauren, did you ever get a response from your shop there? Did they find anything with the MagnaFlux, and is it still flat? Because if that's the case, then he can put it back together again as soon as he gets all the gaskets and this and that and the other. And so that's, yeah, let's say just rolled it in there. I mean, first of all, he cleaned it all off very thoroughly. Now, I will say I'm very impressed with the thoroughness and cleanliness with which Lauren does his mechanical repairs. No response? Yeah. The other day, we were getting a weird sound out of the minor Bago. I mean, I've got the drive shaft vibration, which we know about, and we know we have to replace some more spring bushings. We'll get to that when we get a chance. But there was kind of a humming sound that was intermittent, but it sounded like a bearing to me. So we jacked up the wheels, and the right front wheel had excessive play in it. It wasn't horrible, but I mean, it's clearly, that's loose. And Lauren, since we took out the bearing, cleaned everything, relubed it, and put it back in again a little tighter, I have not heard that noise anymore. I think we got the noise. One of the ball joints we also found out was a little bit loose, the suspension ball joints right there at the wheel, but it's not badly worn. It's just got a little play in it. But yeah, I do that bearing does appear to have been loose, and the humming sound has not reappeared since we did that. So I mean, that's the kind of thing. I mean, before he took it apart, he's like cleaning everything off of the hub and this and that and the other. So it's nice and clean when we pull it apart. And then he takes the parts over to his um, solvent tank and cleans them up real good and make sure we got all the same grease in it. Because it looked to me like the people who changed that bearing out a couple of years ago uh, didn't thoroughly clean everything out of grease before they put new grease in it. Um, and that's, if you don't know that, that's a no-no. You don't want to mix two different kinds of grease. They can kind of thin each other out, sort of thing. So you want to make sure that, whatever the grease that's in there, assuming it's an adequate grease, you replace it with a compatible type grease. So anyhow, we spent, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours, I think at least. It wasn't the simplest job. It wasn't horrible, but it wasn't the simplest thing. And I say, Lauren's always very particular. When he put the air shocks in my truck, he got some plastic loom material, to protect wiring, and put that on the tubes, and zip tied everything up real thoroughly and stuff. I mean, he's real thorough and real meticulous in his repairs. So better than me. But I like to do a nice job. But if I'm in a hurry, I'm kind of, I can live with a bad job. I don't think he lives with bad jobs very well. But I'm pretty good at cutting block. So anyhow, that's another thing. Basically, Eva's doing assaying, 4 to 6 hours a day over there in that shop. I'm doing wet chemistry, which doesn't keep me busy as much as her, but we can also go out and work on anything he's doing, or potentially work on the truck if Lauren's feeling up to it. And we'll get things done. But yeah, we need to get that Stutenroth fixed up. And my thought is we can build the little capstan or whatever it is, and everything just from the dimensions, because it can mount on a flat plate. Then we can just drill and bolt it down. That way we could build everything in the shop, and then just take it out there and drill 4 holes and bolt it on there, and then we'll have everything ready. Yank the upper shell off, pull the rotors out, impactors, and work on those. Got plenty of time. I'm just going to be before the 17th or after February. We'll see. And my brother's theoretically going to visit me sometime in April. My daughter might be up here too. She likes fishing and said, what we're going to try and do is catch the spawning of the rainbow trout. And as you saw, the trout that Lauren was pulling in, that's kind of the average size rainbow up here in the river, up in the lake, the lakes and the river. They're pretty decent sized. So when they're spawning, it's only the big ones anyhow. And I mean, they're good size. Let's see if I, at least like this. That's about the average sized one. So that's kind of a fun gig. And that's about it, man. I say I'm so limited in what I can do because of the weather. It's kind of annoying to be shut up for, well, now it's only 3 days, but I got plenty to do to keep me busy during that time. I got productive stuff to do, so it's not going to be a real problem. Oh, plus, of course, watching the news and watching the world go to hell in a handbasket, that can get interesting too. some weird stuff going on, which we're not allowed to talk about on YouTube, which is also pretty weird stuff. I like Elon Musk's, when he's sitting there, should I stay on as the CEO of Twitter, and then they vote him off. It's like, he doesn't have time to be the CEO of Twitter. He's just going to use that as a good excuse to put somebody else in.
Well,
He's still the
replied to
owner.
us again because one of our silverbacks analyzed the data on likes, retweets, etc., and ratios, and said it looked like that post was infested with bots.
So, anyhow, here she is. Okay. Make a quick run to the...
Hi, everybody. Howdy, howdy. It's getting cold, and I got the socks in the mail. I am having my doubts about these socks, but we shall see what we shall see. At least they were only $2 a pair. So as long as they last as long or longer than the Fruit of the Loom ones that you can no longer get, because who knows, we're going to be good, kind of, sort of. They're Prussian blue, the same color as his very, very strange lab experiment that we have not been able to recreate, which is totally and completely not my fault because he is doing the wet stuff. I am doing the other stuff. That's the way that goes. Hi, David. Hi, Blindside. Hi, Chris. Hi, Shaggy. Hi, everybody. Well, some shit is happening in the mining world for once. This is going on in Panama right now. Panama orders First Quantum to halt mine operations. We're not talking slow down. We're talking halt here, okay? Panama's Commerce and Industry Ministry ordered Canadian miner First Quantum to craft a plan within 10 days to halt operations at its flagship copper mine it operates in the country, the ministry said in a statement on Monday. First Quantum's plan will need approval from the ministry, according to the statement. Now and that's all we have because this is a developing story, more news to come. Now, I did get some of the background on this. Apparently, First Quantum has been operating their flagship copper mine in Panama for some time now, and it employs 40,000 people and pumps a lot of money into the Panamanian economy. They had tax breaks and a low royalty fee that they were supposed to pay to Panama for years and years and years and years and years, and they've been paying this shit, okay? Well, the Panamanian government decided sometime last year, maybe a little bit longer ago, that they wanted to kill the tax breaks and they wanted to essentially triple or quadruple the royalty payment. And they also wanted to put a floor on the payment of like $375 million. In other words, even if First Quantum did not make $375 million, they would have to pay $375 million, which seems a little bit counterintuitive to the old goddess, but well, this is how lease agreements of various types work. Okay, so negotiations began between the mining company and the Panamanian government, and figures and letters and sternly worded letters were flying back and forth for an extended period of time. And the Panamanian government decided quite a few months ago now to put their foot down and say, okay, you have a deadline of this past Friday. You either sign this paperwork by this past Friday, or we're going to shut your asses down. And First Quantum apparently continued to fart around, and they made a counteroffer saying, this $375 million floor thing, that's like going a little bit too far here. That kind of has to go away. And then the Panamanian government made a very nasty statement about how they were trying to change the entire structure and framework of the agreement that has been going on for X number of months and all the negotiations, and they're dicking us around
So since you missed the deadline, you're being put into care and maintenance. I will say, at least the Panamanian government was smart enough to say that they would guarantee the workers would still have jobs. I don't know how, if they put the mine in care and maintenance, but that's what they said initially back on Friday. And that they were putting the mine in care and maintenance instead of a full shutdown, which could take an awful long time to ramp up again. And that's where we were as of Friday. And then, as you heard, this is now a developing story. Apparently, the Panamanians got even more pissed over the weekend. And instead of giving them a time frame of 30 days or 45 days or 60 days to come up with a plan, they've given them 10 days. So we shall see what happens in 10 days. Now, what this means to the copper industry. This mine is the flagship mine of the company. It is the largest mine in Panama. It is one of the largest single employers in Panama, and it is responsible for about 1.5% of the world's copper output. It's also responsible, by the way, for a fairly significant output of silver and some gold. Oh dear. Now, the goddess strongly suspects that for some bizarre and unaccountable reason, the current Panamanian government decided that they want to make a half-assed play at nationalization. This is becoming a growing trend in the countries that are south of the U.S. border. It should be noted that when this whole shit hit the fan on Friday, First Quantum statement said, this is kind of going to want to make people be more wary of going into areas where there are uncertain geopolitics at play. Yeah, I would think so. Oh, and another totally unrelated news over in Africa, according to the Ghanaian government, which defaulted on all of their foreign debt today, or maybe it was over the weekend. According to the Ghanaian government, Burkina Faso has hired the Wagner Group, who are apparently Russian mercenaries, to play war games with Mali and maybe threaten Ghana. And the Ghanaian representatives at the United Nations have implied that it is their belief that this mercenary group, the Wagner Group, is being paid by being given a gold mine. Now, this wouldn't be the only gold mine in Africa that would be run by mercenaries or warlords, but that is just an interesting thing. It speaks to the problems of geopolitics in mining. Okay? We all know what that's about these days. Very, very strange and bizarre things in that regard. And basically, that is where we are in terms of the two biggest stories right now in mining. Now, what this is going to do to metals prices is quite another story. Because at the moment, we have down in Mexico, the cartels have essentially almost 100% captured the Mexican state that is the largest producer of silver in Mexico. As a matter of fact, they have some of the finest native silver deposits in the world in this particular location. And it looks like the cartels, the drug cartels, were not satisfied with funneling their drug money and their human trafficking money through tourism and through chemical supplies and through medical supplies and through owning hospitals and through owning assay labs. They now want to branch out and own mines, which is quite problematic. Now, they may have a little beef with the Mexican government on this matter because the Mexican government, not too long ago, decided it was going to nationalize lithium mines in Mexico because critical material, because reasons, because who knows. We have the mining situation in Peru, which is degenerating rapidly because between the government protests, the military, the state of emergency, and the indigenous peoples protesting and shutting down roads, the mining production out of Peru has been pretty not so good this year. And that is another government that is talking about greatly extending their regulatory reach and perhaps greatly extending their ownership in mines that are located in the country. We're seeing that as well in Brazil, where they had a recent election that apparently did not go all too well, that we haven't heard much about on the news because it apparently didn't go all too well. And the Brazilian government is also looking at significant regulatory control and possibly fiscal control over mining in Brazil. This is becoming a pretty common trend with certain types of governments south of our border, and it has always been something of a trend in Africa, where practically every country is at war at one point or another. Okay, so the geopolitical instability is growing, the income inequality is growing, the inflation rate around the world is growing very badly. The BRICS nations are announcing more and more trade between them and bringing in new nations that does not involve the US dollar. And quite frankly, the only reason the US dollar is the top of the fiat zombie currency mountain at the moment is because we are the petrodollar. Well, if half the world starts buying their oil with something else, we have a little bit of a problem here. This type of growing instability is a prime environment for metals in general to begin a strong bullish curve. For some entirely unaccountable reason, that probably has nothing at all to do with central banks and manipulation and the fact that at the moment COMEX has 18 times as many contracts due at the end of the month for silver delivery as they have silver available to deliver. And outside of extraneous little things like this, we have a very strong fundamental base to kick off a long-term rally in metals in general. These metals are needed, whether you're pushing an impossible green agenda or just for the general day-to-day life in the world. And people tend to turn to metals themselves, gold and silver, as a solid thing that you can hold, that you own in uncertain times. So what is as interesting to the goddess as the charts making zero sense is the fact that the psychology makes zero sense. And the goddess has been drilling down on a theory about that for a couple of days now. And Argonaut, we kind of sort of maybe still have a border. Well, let me put it this way. As a matter of fact, the official news from Lord Malarkey and his minions in Mordor on the Potomac is, of course, we still have a border, and the border is closed. Just because Title 42 might go away does not mean the border is open. This is official. Now, thank God, SCOTUS actually got off their asses for once and put a temporary stay on dropping Title 42. But that doesn't change the fact that there are now several 100,000 more people in the northernmost states of Mexico than have ever been there before. Many of them guided there by the Mexican government from Guatemala and Venezuela and points south. And it does not change the fact that all the ones that are coming over the border are convinced said border is wide open. But of course, we all heard this week on the mainstream media that the only reason these people are coming, just so you know, is because the Republicans invited them. Trump and DeSantis and everyone else kept saying that the border was wide open, and they believed them. Of course, it was not Lord Malarkey. Perish the thought. Perish a few other things, but we're not going to mention that here, okay? We're just not going to mention that. Very, very bizarre. But the goddess has a theory about this. Long ago, when dinos roamed the earth, and I was a child, the old people in my life remembered when money was still money. They remembered silver certificates, gold certificates, real money, as opposed to Federal Reserve notes, which are actually a debt instrument. They are not money, okay? They're a debt instrument. They're currency, but they are a debt instrument. But even in those faraway days of yore, the education system, the media, just about everybody around that had anything to say that was considered to be a fact, quite possibly, was not teaching young people the difference between money and fiat currency. So we now have 2.5, almost 3 generations that have been raised on the idea that a debt instrument, a fiat debt instrument that is put out by an organization that is not federal and has no reserves, by the way, is money. They have also been systematically miseducated during this time that gold and silver are boomer rocks, that only doomsday preppers and boomers care about them, that they're only good for jewelry, that silver is so cheap because it has no value, and that silver and gold do not keep pace with inflation. Now, you know, the goddess looked this up the other day just for the hell of it. In 1913, if you wanted to buy an Angus cow, an Angus steer at half market weight, that Angus steer would cost you 1 ounce of gold and 3 to 5 silver dollars. Now, guess what? The goddess went out and looked around and discovered that if I wanted to buy an Angus steer that was pretty much at market weight, that only needed another 2 months of finishing, as a matter of fact, I can buy a prime black Angus steer for 1 ounce of gold and about $5 in silver. 5 ounces of silver as opposed to Morgan silver dollars. I can get one closer to finished weight if I throw in Morgan silver dollars here. So this begs the question of whether or not something is going on. Because when you tell people this central fact, that the price of a half-grown Angus steer has not changed in 107 freaking years, that tells you that one of two things happened. Either your metal money, the gold and silver, is appreciating with time, or your fiat currency, which is a debt instrument to begin with, is getting less and less valuable. So then the goddess went out and hearkened upon the statistics in other nations concerning how much of their fiat you need to buy an ounce of gold in their country, and how much of their fiat you need to buy an ounce of silver in their country. And it might interest you to know that in those countries that are currently experiencing a hyperinflationary cycle, like Venezuela and Zimbabwe, that chart is in vertical for a couple of years now, straight out vertical. I mean, literally, it will cost you billions of bolivars to buy an ounce of gold. You can buy a house in Venezuela with an ounce of gold, okay? In countries that are still more stable or have the appearance of being more stable, you can buy, it still takes you a hell of a lot more of their money to buy gold or silver than it does here, which tells the goddess two things. The illusion of stability is still in place, and that is in large part because we are still the petrodollar for some bizarre and unaccountable reason, which may change in the very near future, and that it is to the benefit of the feds and the banks and everybody else to keep those prices artificially low. As if they didn't already have enough reason to do so. So if you do not have enough reason at this point to pull out of the stock market, by the way, Jim Cramer is predicting a bold, brave, and amazing Santa Claus rally on the stock market. At the same time, several financial institutions have signaled that they're planning to sell off about $100 billion in stocks for end-of-year settlements of some bizarre and unaccountable type. So if you haven't already started reconsidering your position in the stock market, this might be a good time to do so. And if you have not already backed up the truck on gold and silver, the goddess did some stats this week and discovered that in general, your lowest prices are going to be on Mondays, just so you know. And government figured out they could just keep all the gold for themselves and endlessly print fake money. The question now, Horton, is whether our government even has the gold at all. Consider that when Richard Nixon, may he forever burn in Hades, took us off the gold standard in 1971, he didn't look inside Fort Knox. Fort Knox was sealed. It was ostensibly audited and ostensibly sealed with seals. And every once in a while, they wander over there and they stare at the seals and say, the seals have not been broken. And then they go away magically. And that's about it. One has to wonder. One also has to wonder because the New York Federal Reserve, which supposedly holds a whole lot of foreign gold, has a very poor record when it comes to delivering that gold back to the people who actually own it in one piece in a timely manner. So one really does have to wonder about this. That's just the way one has to wonder about it. What I suspect may happen, if they ever did decide to go back on the gold standard, which they won't do because sound money has sound rules and they're all insane. That's just the way it is. If they ever did decide to go back on the sound money standard, we'd probably see the same kind of shenanigans we saw from Franklin Delano Roosevelt when he confiscated gold in the first place back in 1933-ish or so. Before Franklin decided to confiscate the gold was running around at about $18 an ounce. When Franklin confiscated the gold, I do believe he set the price at something like $32 or $33 or $35 or somewhere around there. And coincidentally, when you look on the Treasury's balance books, all our gold that we ostensibly have in Fort Knox is still listed at that nominal value that was set in 1933. The goddess wonders about that sometimes, really. It makes no sense if gold is actually selling for $17.50 an ounce and your national debt equals 130% of your gross domestic product. You would think that you would be declaring the gold that you ostensibly hold on the books at the highest value you could find legitimately, because it makes you look like you actually have some real money. But then again, the goddess thinks all politicians are secretly blonde. Just saying, Horton, This is where the goddess is on this issue. We discuss this a lot on Wall Street Silver on Reddit because everyone talks about the fact there is a silver shortage. The Silver Institute came out and said, once again, there's going to be a couple million ounce deficit. There was a whole rash of articles and YouTube videos saying that we're going to run out of silver by 2030. We're going to run out of silver by 2025. And they say the same thing about gold and the gold standard. Okay. Now, this is the problem. First of all, let's take a look at this purely geologically. Purely geologically now, silver is about the 46th most common metal in the world, and the ratio of silver to gold in the Earth's crust is about 19:1. As a matter of fact, according to some geologist theory, if you averaged out all the silver in the world and spread it around the planet, you'd have about 0.03 parts per million silver everywhere. Okay. It's in the oceans, it's in the water, it's in soil, it's in everywhere. There is far less gold. This is true. But when you get price discovery, when you get rid of the paper manipulation, you get rid of the banks, and gold gets to the price it's supposed to be at right now, which is probably about $3,000 an ounce, and silver at probably about $65 an ounce, looking at the mining figures, then you see an entirely new picture. I know everybody knows this, but I'll say it anyway. Public service announcement. Ore is defined as mineralized rock that can be mined at a profit. The problem we have now with quite a lot of silver that's out there and even some gold that's out there is at these prices in this economy with the regulatory burdens we have, we can't mine it at a profit. So it ain't ore. It simply isn't ore. And if you happen to be in the US and mining on public lands, you're not even allowed to touch it if it's not ore. Even if you hold the claim, if it ain't ore, you're not supposed to touch it until it becomes ore. Okay? So that is one factor. If magically tomorrow gold hit $3,000 an ounce and was going to stay there, and every country in the world was going to be using the gold standard, first of all, they would have to start out with a fractionalized gold standard, like saying 10% of the currency, the currency is covered at, say, 10% with the gold that we have while we ramp this up and while we start taking Federal Reserve notes off the books and piling up gold and silver certificates ready to roll them out. There's going to have to be a rollout phase because I would suspect that most of the governments who claim they have a hell of a lot of gold probably don't have it. The only world leader I have ever seen photographed in a government vault surrounded by bars of gold and holding one was Vladimir Putin. Now, do you really think that any U.S. president that had the opportunity to do that wouldn't do it? It looks great. It makes your country look big shit. Can you see Trudeau turning down the opportunity to sit on a throne built of gold bars that belong to the Canadian government and tout how rich and secure Canada is while his people go hungry and his government offers them assisted suicide because they're homeless? I don't think so. Politicians love the optics of that. None of them are taking advantage of the optics of that, except Saudi Arabians very occasionally and Vladimir Putin recently. Okay? If you doubled the price of gold, immediately, a whole heck of a lot of stuff that is sitting in the ground because it was not economical to touch yet, a whole lot of potential reserves become serious proven reserves. Number one. Number two, if you doubled the price of gold, immediately the recycling industries and the landfill industries are going to be side-eyeing all the trash and saying, okay, it is finally worth figuring out how to recycle these used diabetic strips and these vapes and these phones in a cost-effective way. Right now, it is estimated that over 90% of the industrial silver that goes into the world every year ends up in landfills because it is not economic to recycle. A pure gold standard never should have been the primary goal. We always should have had a gold and silver standard. Why? Because governments buy big things. If you're buying big things, you use gold because gold is a whole lot denser. A 40-pound bar of gold is about the size of a household brick. Okay? A 40-pound bar of silver is quite a bit bigger than a household brick. So gold is the money for big purchases. The everyday little guy gets silver. This is the way it was through 5,000 years of history. From the time of the pharaohs, when the gold-silver ratio in their economy was 1-to-1, and they actually valued silver more. In those days, the pharaohs and the high mucky mucks used both gold and silver because it was a 1-to-1 ratio. And the little guys were trading with copper coins or bronze coins. That's what they used. In ancient Rome, where the gold ratio was about 19-to-1, about the geologic ratio in the world, and the mining ratio at the time was about 15-to-1, it was the big guys with the big purchases that used gold. It was the little guys that used silver. That's the way it was, because little guys buy little things. Big guys and governments buy big things. And in all of those economies, they had a paper form of the metal. We used to have gold and silver certificates. The Romans had permutatio. You wrote a check. The guy took the check to your bank and he got the gold. The ancient Egyptians had similar accounting systems so that you didn't have to carry 100 pounds of gold with you if you didn't want to. And poor people never had enough money in their pockets to worry about tearing their pockets with money. There is no reason why you can't have silver and gold certificates come back. There's also no reason why you can't have a dual economy with a gold and silver standard. Because the one thing that keeps us right now from recycling most of these metals is the prices are artificially suppressed. That includes copper, aluminum, which is the one metal that should be aggressively recycled at every opportunity because it is so energy intensive. All of these metals are not being recycled because it's not economical to do it. As soon as you make it economical, all those landfills everywhere become mines. As soon as you make it economical, then all of these cities are going to be begging you. Hell, they may even pay you to bring them your e-waste. Bring your e-waste to the transfer station and we'll pay you $1 a pound because they can make money. Now, for that to happen, you need the price to go up, number one. Number two, to bring your mines back into operation, we need to bring back our infrastructure. And I can pretty much guarantee if we actually started heading back toward a sound money standard, we'd start seeing more smelters and refineries open again. Because sooner or later, it's going to dawn on somebody. Hey, wait a minute. If gold and silver are money, it would be really stupid of me to send my raw money to Mexico to be refined to come back to the United States because it's money now. Yeah, and it's very valuable money. And the odds of it disappearing between here and there go up astronomically at that point. So it would behoove the government, if they decided to go to a gold standard, and silver, we hope, it would behoove the government to bring back our refineries. That is just a fact of life, is right now our mining industry is entirely hollowed out. We personally have seen gold mining claims with great gold ores in them, arsenopyrites. Well, you can't process the damn things in the United States. You have two choices. You can send them to China, who hates us, and because COVID, you may not see them back for a year and a half. You can send them to Mexico, where they'll be refined in the hands of the drug cartels, and you may not see them for 6 or 9 months, and you have to depend on them to agree with you that what you sent them was worth X amount of dollars. There are many, many mines right in this area that would be working mines if we had a local refining capability for it. There are many silver mines in this area that would be working silver mines if we were actually allowed to refine the metal in this country rather than exporting our pollution to Mexico, Canada, China, and in some cases, Europe. And that is a big part of this. I do not know whether Stillwater started extracting their silver. They may be basing the company value on proven reserves, but proven reserves are the best kind of reserves you can have. If they were saying probable, I'd be worried. If they were saying geologic or estimated, I'd be worried, you know? But yeah, I mean, we can indeed support a gold standard. We can't get to a gold and silver, which we should have, a bimetal standard. We can't get to a bimetal standard unless we can get price discovery. And unless we can kind of make the governments like completely and totally behave themselves, not going to happen. North American palladium, yeah, I have to wonder about that. That is like, I can't fathom not recovering it when you have enough to make it worth recovering. I really can't. Maybe they had a sweeter deal, but I did notice, by the way, that palladium prices seem to be like kind of in the toilet at the moment. Last I checked, I think it was palladium that was actually below gold. It was down around 1,700 or 1,600 or something. It's quite fascinating. Don't know what's going on with that these days. I'm assuming it's a deal they had with the smelter. Oh, I am sorry, Argonaut. I will never confuse you with facts again. Oh, good grief, Rock Butcher. $3.50 an ounce. That's been a while. Actually, I think I saw a figure of 760 or something was a low point today, but it's for some reason palladium just suddenly went, the bottom's dropping out of it. Oh, and in sort of totally unrelated news here, LME is having a little bit of a problem over in England. They're being sued over that whole nickel contract thing that they did some time ago to fix the nickel price. Well, some people wanted to see the stats and wanted to see the communications as to why this happened because their clients caused a whole lot of, their clients lost a lot of money here. So they decided to sue. And LME is stonewalling them on discovery and not letting them see any of the things that led to the decision. So we shall see what happens there. And Credit Suisse continues to circle the vortex in the toilet bowl. Their stock is down around $3 a share, and they're talking about trying to float another $1 billion in paper for people to buy for some reason. No idea why that's going on. But, too big to fail, I guess. That's always the way it is. It did, Rock. That whole nickel thing was something else. I will say that. And the whole COMEX thing is something else these days. Very strange, whatever's going on over there. It is indeed very strange. But there is no reason why we couldn't go back on a gold standard, except no price discovery, because price discovery does not benefit banks. Price discovery does not benefit governments. And because governments when you've been living most of your existence or a good patch of your resistance, when you've been bebopping along for 60, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, or 100 years with no rules except the ones you make up on the spur of the moment. That can change at any time. The people can pretend we're never there in the first place. Obviously, you are misremembering something. Why in the world would you want to use a monetary system that has sound rules and requires responsibility and fiscal accountability and self-discipline? I don't see that happening. Just saying. Anyway, his surgery is scheduled because you may or may not have heard the news. If you watch the mainstream media, you have not heard the news. There are critical shortages in healthcare, and not just in America. This is a worldwide problem now. There are critical shortages in healthcare, and the shit is going to hit the fan in all of our major medical systems worldwide. Part of this is because hospitals have gotten what's called administrative bloat, and your average hospital has 20 or 30 or 40 administrators, paper pushers, for every actual frontline patient-centered and patient-facing worker. Those patient-facing workers are being overworked and underpaid, and they went from being heroes during the pandemic to zeros nowadays. And of course, we're still dealing with supply chain issues and medication issues because so many of our medications are made in China. And of course, nothing is coming from China because COVID. You know how that works. So all of the medical systems worldwide are having really serious problems now. This is something that is only being discussed on bulletin boards between medical people. And I tend to lurk in those corners so I can see what's going on in medicine. And they're very, very unhappy campers. So I figured he should surgery done because you never know when something's going to get even sketchier. For those who live in the States, most of your state governments will have somewhere available in their public record system, good luck finding out what they call it, there are charts called utilization charts that track the statistics for a hospital, where you can look at a hospital and see, for instance, how many beds are being used at the moment, or what's the ratio of patient-facing caregivers, meaning dietary staff, etc., to administration, and all these nice little details. This is something you might want to start poking around and looking for to find out how much of a strain there is on your local medical system. I will try to find out more information on a general database for that this week so I can get it to you next week. But yeah, the healthcare situation is beginning to get rather dire, along with the border situation and Lord Malarkey making some off-the-cuff announcement about how he wants to stop the use of natural gas in the United States as soon as possible. Just the everyday things out of Mortar on the Potomac, the way they are. And yeah, trucks and processing equipment do remove a lot of financial incentives to recycle, Shaggy, I do want to know because I have somebody to take care of here. Yeah, Ed, recycling as it was structured by the government and the NGOs was indeed built to fail. Because guess what? I hate to tell you this, but NGOs and governments kind of have a disincentive when it comes to solving problems. I know that's shocking and disturbing and altogether utterly demoralizing, but it is true. The recycling system, as envisioned and built by government and NGOs with a regulatory framework, etc., was built to fail. Just as our Social Security system was built to fail. Just as our Medicare system is built to fail. Just as the FDIC was built to fail. Because that is what governments do. They plan failure, hoping for some sort of a controlled failure, so that they can step in and spend more money that does not exist solving the problem. It's great marketing. It just happens to suck rocks in the real world. Just saying. They are, Ed. But I can guarantee you that if the price of a lot of things actually went up, if there was price discovery on metals, it would not take long for private industry to find ways to circumvent the government on this and circumvent cities.
Hello,
if
Alex.
cities didn't want to do it right, you know. Hi, Alex.
By the way, I've noticed that Argonaut keeps talking about you in a little blue pill. I don't know what I'm thinking about this.
No, you see, Shaggy wants to take the blue pill. Argonaut and Shaggy are discussing whether they should take the blue pill because these red pills are really disturbing, and they don't want to end up black pilled. But the white pill here is, this too shall pass. Bye.
Hey, Alex D, Rockhound. Is this the Oxio or somebody else? Now, Argonaut says yes, so I don't know. She can protect herself if she wants to. She'll call me if she needs me.
Oh, I can protect myself. Besides, you know darn well if you drop dead tomorrow, all these men panting over me would disappear as fast as they could run.
By the way, Zioxio now also goes by the name of Alex D. Rockhound.
Yeah. Hi,
Okay.
Alex. You forget, I'm a goddess. I know shit.
Yeah, Alex. This gives you plenty of time to do the research for me for free.
There.
I got, I don't know, all kinds of colors. There's a purple one and a white one and some yellow ones, and I don't know. Eva puts them in there.
You've got magnesium and vitamin D and a multivitamin.
I know, she takes care of me.
And metoprolol.
Yeah.
Metoprolol.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they pronounceify that. Anyhow, so for those of you come in late, like Rock and Alex, etc., if you've been watching the videos, you know that last week we had an interesting experiment that went kind of sideways for unknown and inexplicable reasons. We had a acid thiourea solution and some resin, and it became strongly basic. No idea how. Still completely perplexed. So while we're waiting for laboratory analysis on those solutions, I've been working mainly on this electrolytic cell here. And right now I have some resin contacting an anode. And right now it's shut down and this steel wool is pulled out so it doesn't just corrode. But Friday when we get back, I'll stick that steel wool back in the thing and turn on the power again and try and plate directly from the resin to the steel wool. This pump, and this is an alternative circuit here, this pump is taking the solution directly from this side of the steel wool and running it back directly over the resin so that we're collecting the ions and moving them as short a distance as possible. Not really, Alex. I think we exchanged one email and they haven't done much else there. So I'm not sure what the deal is. But anyhow, we're getting more data. Oh, so this is what we're doing right now, along with elution experiments and some ashing experiments. Oh, good, Alex. Oh, my problem in college was I was I was too lonely. My mom sent me to Tucson. I didn't really have a vehicle, didn't have a good source of income. And so I kind of dropped out of college in my sophomore year, which was a shame. But if I'd have known what I really wanted to do, it would have been a lot easier to study. One was a serious pain. To me, that was English. Although the finals in Astronomy 102 really sucked. I took, I don't know, 5 hours on it. There was only 5 questions. First 3 I got in the first 3 minutes. The next 2 got kind of complicated. You know it's going to be a bad test when it's a take-home test, and the professor says, you can use the specialty astronomy library, but you cannot use any pre-existing programs to do the calculations, although if you want to write your own program, that is allowed. Yeah. Don't ever opt for a take-home test if you can avoid it. Then there's no time limit, and they can just go insane. But anyhow, such is life. Anyhow, so that's primarily what we're doing right now. Eva's trying to do her best to keep up with the assaying. She's falling behind, but that's because the equipment she has. She can only do 1 smelt at a whack. Hi, blind dude. So let's say she's working really hard. Thermodynamics. Well, hot stuff gets cold, cold stuff gets hot. Done. Oh, numbers? Okay. Yeah, that could be bad. And with a little luck, we'll find an elution solution fairly soon, in which case this circuit will turn to the pumps Barron's solution out of the electrolytic cell through a cartridge of resin back down into the electrolytic cell. You get this, strips the gold out of it and sends it back through the resin. That's the plan. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of math, Alex. Not my forte. So I can sympathize. I mean, surveying wasn't too bad. It was just simple trigonometry, pretty basic stuff when you have a trig calculator. Back in the old days, back when I was in college, we had things called trig tables and interpolation. Yep. Calculus. I hate that word. Why was your surveying class awful? It's basically trigonometry. What was the complicated part on that? Wanted to write a damn PhD thesis for every lab report, huh? Wow, well that kind of sucks. Our final was the teachers set out. I don't remember what the grid was. I think it was more than 5 by 5, but no more than 10 by 10. He laid out a grid of stakes on some fairly rough terrain we had over by the school. And then we were supposed to go out there, take a transit, and shoot levels, and then draw a topographic map of the little area. The instructions to format the lab report were 25 pages long. This guy's got psychological issues, I'm guessing, Alex. A good professor doesn't do that. He's trying to teach you how to do something, not just make life miserable. That sounds just bad.
Give him a 1-star review on Google.
Yeah.
Or the college equivalent of Google.
Oh, and that's the one you're going to have to take thermodynamics from. Yeah, I'm thinking you got a problem there. All the girls are in nursing and psychology. That's fine. I don't care about nursing and psychology. I'm a gold miner. Tell you what, Ed. Tell a girl you're a gold miner. See what happens. I'm telling you, it works.
It totally works.
4 little letters gets. Yep. Tell you, that's one of those things. Their ears perk up. Yep. Sure enough. Yep. Oh dear, it's not right here. Shucks, I had something I was gonna use as a little temporary humorous prop, but oh well. Well, that's nice. How bad's the weather where you're going to be up there, Alex? Yeah, Alex is applying for 6-figure jobs in Alaska this summer after he graduates.
Sounds like a great plan.
Same latitude as Anchorage. That's not too bad. Could be a lot worse. Depends on how far inland it is, but still, Alaska's a big state. The north is a lot colder than the south. Oh, Lordy. The trick is the working hours. Well, what are the working hours, Alex? 28 days on, 14 days off, 12-hour shifts. The trick is don't worry about it. Okay, Alex? Just don't worry about playing around, drinking, entertaining, anything like that on your 28 days on. Save that for your 14 days off. Okay? 12 on, 12.
Save it for 12 of the 14 days off. Use the last 2 for recovery.
Yeah, because 12 on, 12 off is not bad if you don't have another life at the same time. So that's why they're doing that, Hey, Rock, have you seen any research on how efficient that is? 12 on, 12 off, as opposed to like, if you run the equipment 20 hours a day, 2 10s, or you could run it 22 hours a day with 2 11s, and then have 1 hour between each shift for repair, quick repairs and servicing. And I'm not sure how that works. I know that, last I heard they were going down to more like 10-hour shifts here. But yeah. Yeah, I understand completely, Roy. That's also why they do what they call a hot change. Nowadays, a lot of times, instead of bringing things like the truck in and parking it, and the driver gets off and goes to the ready room and, as it checks out, and then the other guy comes, checks in and walks out to the truck and checks it over and takes off. They'll run the truck someplace. Hopefully they're servicing it at the same time. Park it there, started servicing, take the one driver off, put the fresh driver on, finish servicing, and take off. I mean, those things, they're moving money every minute more than you're paying your operator every day, So I say, I don't know. Say try not to stress about it, Alex, because you should be able to adapt to that. If you just literally don't worry about stuff, you just focus on doing the job, getting some sleep, getting enough to eat, and then whatever other time there is, you can kind of do whatever you need to do, like taking showers, laundry, these sort of things. But that's how you deal with a situation like that. You just work solid for 28 days, sleep good, get plenty of sleep. That's going to be important. You need to be able to get to sleep and get a good night's sleep. And that's why I say you don't want other stuff kind of distracting you or taking your attention. You know, you lay down in bed and you're thinking about other stuff. Try and avoid that sort of situation. Because if you get enough sleep, if you get enough to eat, you can pretty much keep going almost indefinitely. You know, it's doable. It's when you start spending a lot of time, a significant amount of time doing other stuff that becomes untenable. So just focus on the work and getting plenty of sleep. Let the rest take care of itself on your 14 days off. Uh, I'm not sure, Rock. It sounded like he was applying for more than one job, I presume, at more than one business. So that it may be a combination of both. Oh. Strangely enough, unless it's into like Canada or whatever, if it's Anchorage latitude, it should be fairly close to the ocean. So it's probably be warmer than it is here, Alex. At least right now. I hope you have a warm place to sleep. It's going to get chilly on Wednesday. Yeah, I certainly agree with that, Rock. Bring plenty of vitamin D. Yeah, you aren't going to get much sun on the skin up there. Oh. Hey, Coulter. How many can you effectively mount on the hardness tester, Mining? Because it has to be easy to use. If it's easy to use, sounds good. Probably 3. Yeah, that's a good number. I'd go with that. Oh. Then if I can just get a good elution solution, then you can design me a little electrolytic cell. Actually, I think this electrolytic cell I've got would probably work for stripping the size cartridges we have. If we need a lot more in the future, I've got a big, you know, like a 10-gallon electrolytic cell and a big power supply for it. Yeah, don't complicate it any more than is useful, Mining. You know, a Swiss Army knife can do a lot of things, but it's not a good knife. Unless you need like a penknife or something. So you want to simplify it to the stuff that you're going to use for the particular task at hand. That's why you have toolboxes, you know, that's why they have a bunch of different kinds of wrenches instead of just a couple crescent wrenches. Yep. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Eva's been quite the help. Her back's getting, yeah, it's stable. She kind of pushed a little bit too much last week. But have you ever heard anything about the specialist?
Not yet.
Not yet. It's been what, week and a half?
Yeah, I'm going to be calling the nurse's office tomorrow.
Jeez. Yep. So we shall see what we shall see. But yep, we found some solutions that under some conditions really stabilize the resin for ashing. So that's one way. You take care, Rock. Yeah, it's a little later there than it is here. So let's say Viva just had a bigger furnace. We're thinking of making a 220 volt electric furnace that can take like 4 crucibles at a time easily. And I don't know. I didn't hear anyone talk about Kanukistan Goldstream. Well, that's just rude, blind dude. That's just rude. That's all I can say. Yeah. Oh, where's my glass of water here? Oh, I had one. There it is. I have no idea why God is playing with this magnifying glass, but I'm just going to have to live with that. The Prussian blue, simply getting rid of it is not a problem. Whatever process makes it might be a problem. Hey, blind dude. So, again, it's and squared. But we're slowly getting through the BS. Any questions or anything out there? Thanks for stopping in, Alex. It stimulated some good conversation. How is everyone? I'm okay. A little tired right now, but not bad. Eva's back is still hurting, but it's not getting any worse. And the laboratory is doing weird stuff occasionally. Mass spectrometry for rock samples. I don't know enough about mass spectrometry to have an opinion, Mining. I know it's one more expensive piece of equipment, I can tell you that. But, I mean, they use ICP mass spec. Is that what you're talking about? Where they take the plasma? A 75-inch TV since you had room in the bed of your truck, finally. You need a 75-inch TV in the bed of your truck? I think what you're saying is you can now haul it, but I don't know. Staying warm up there? Yeah, sure. It's nice and warm in here. See the t-shirt? You know? Out there, it's -7 right now. I've got samples of ore. Coulter, how much do you need? I mean, if it's 30 grams or 50 grams or something like that, I could pack you up some samples, and a number of them probably even have an assay value already. A few grams. Yeah, remind me on that, and I'll see what I can get done. Should be pretty easy because I could, take a bunch of Ziplocs and put it, say, like 50 grams each, and put them all in one of those envelopes and ship them out for less than $10. Figure out what the deal is and what he needs and this and there. What's the cost? An ICP mass spec brand new, if I remember correctly, costs about $200,000. Used, they're like 125. An ICB spectrograph is like 2/3 of that. $5 feet of snow. Well, that's undesirable. Pocket change for me. You apparently have me confused with Elon. Well, I'm just talking about the shipping. Or do you want me to send some that I want analyzed, basically? I could probably work that out too. Why not? Does he want unknowns, or does he want knowns to check his system against? Can he do resin? If he can do resin, that would be cool, but I don't think so.
Should send him some to confuse him.
I should have some known amounts. I had more late this fall, but I was throwing them all into the agitation tank to clear out some stuff. But I'm sure I've still got some that. Well, let me just take a look at some. I thought I had some right over here. See, this is what I wind up with. You know? So 0.37 gold, 0.78 silver, already ground up. So I had stuff like that where I've already had it assayed. But once I have some assayed material, then I can use that, for example, to say check leaching solutions and stuff like that. Thank you about checking about the resin. Probably won't be able to. But we'll see. Depends on whether he's digesting it or he can do it directly. I don't know. Horton's got something that is interesting. Yeah. Horton, you could, send me the kind of the details. I could forward them on to Coulter. Okay, looks like Coulter says, yeah, send him an email. Do you know Coulter's email? I suppose you probably find it under mining magnets pretty well. You want to put it on here, Coulter? If you want to just put your email, or you can, I can send it. Horton can email me, and I can email it back. If you want to be easier, if you can just post it right now. It is not showing up. That's because you're probably not a moderator. So watch this. You're now a moderator, Coulter. Try it again. Apparently, the thing.
You can usually.
There you go.
You can usually fool it by putting the first part of the name and then the word @ and then the other part and .com.
Yeah, that's another thing, Coulter. You could go Coulter space the word @ space CoulterYoung.com, and that would work also.
Yeah, you may have to put the word dot rather than dot. Sometimes YouTube gets weird.
Eva says sometimes you have to spell out the dot also. Anyhow, learn something new every damn day. Yeah, we're also going to see about getting Eva a macro lens so we can show you guys more stuff. You can't put links either. It's to minimize spam, so that, when you have these really popular channels that have, like, instead of 20 people like we do usually, and they got, 10,000. Yeah, the bots are really obnoxious. Huh? What? Woo. I'm so confused, blind dude. The macro lens. No, don't need the macro for that.
Do I even want to know?
Probably not. It's not important. Boy, you type without thinking, don't you, blind dude?
Well, that's what happens when you let blind people type. Jeez.
Can't see what they're saying, huh? Anyhow, so I say, because some of the stuff we do, it looks really cool under the microscope, but you guys can't see it. I can describe it, but how good is that? So we're trying to get that so we can get you some other stuff, and also I got to learn how to do that picture in a picture so that I can, do that, and when I'm describing something, you can see what it looks like. Yeah, Eva was that was a nice beat. Eva was very, very annoyed that it was just under a quarter ounce. She was trying hard to get a quarter ounce by Thursday night, and you probably could have got it if you'd had the time to do one more assay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was that close. If she'd had 26 beads instead of 25, she would have broken the quarter. But it was basically a quarter ounce. And that's all just standard assaying. She hasn't even gotten into the production stuff yet, where she's ashing the equivalent of 4 assays at once and then smelting that down, because by ashing it, she reduces the volume by 80 to 90%, depending on how hard she wants to push it. And that's going to be one of the next things she does. If I can get an elution solution that works, then I'm going to be doing a lot of wet chemistry and hopefully take some of the pressure off her. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to smelt these residue tests, but I can't think of any reason why it would take any longer than a standard
It
assay.
should take definitely shorter because my ore samples take definitely shorter.
Yeah. We shall see. Yeah, because you're not having to digest the beads, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So it'd be a little shorter. But say so. If Eva's getting into production ashing and I'm getting into production elution, then we'll see some big stuff. We'll be able to be making individual beads of a quarter ounce. Do you think, let's see, if we had a quarter ounce of gold and you had, it'd take a half an ounce of silver to inquart that.
It would take about 2/3 of an ounce of silver just to be on the safe side.
How is that going to fit in the big cupels?
Not in the ones we have.
Yeah, you'd have to go with the
I need the
crucipel, huh?
I need to go with the larger variety of cupel than we have.
A larger size than the ones we have.
A larger size crucible than we have, and I need a larger crucipel.
Why would you need a larger crucible? The metal is only a small fraction of your charge.
It wouldn't necessarily be a small fraction, because let's say that I decide, let's say that the math says there should be 1 gram of gold in there.
Okay.
I need 1 gram of gold. I need 3 grams of silver.
Can you hear
4
her?
grams there. And then there's all the usual stuff. Now, on a quarter of an ounce, I would need 3/4 of an ounce of silver. So that would be an ounce of stuff, which is 31.1 grams. Plus, I would need 30 grams of lead. Well, actually, I'd need about 45 grams of lead.
I don't know if you need that much lead.
As a collector metal, you should have 1 to 1.5 times.
Okay. I don't know. So that's why we need to figure this out. When I'm talking the steel wool residue, that probably shouldn't take near as much flux. It would take silver, but I mean, you could just chuck a chunk of silver in there, probably for that, because it's basically for inquarting more than anything else.
Yeah.
You wouldn't need to use the granulated silver, call it.
Well, actually, using granulated things works better because they
Certainly it
pack
does.
closer.
Well, I know.
Remember, things bubble and get really active in there when shit starts.
Yeah, you throw a half. You take one of your rounds, cut it in half, and throw it in there. That's pretty packed.
We
Say,
shall see.
yeah, because I mean that's only for inquarting, so you wouldn't need that for. As a matter of fact, you might be able to put that on the cupel. No,
No.
because then the lead. Yeah, you might have some pretty fine gold. You probably would want the silver in the lead to collect the gold more efficiently.
Already looking at it, Bear.
Yeah.
I'm working on the math.
So anyhow, say if we can get to production refining, then it's going to get a lot. That's going to be, less than an individual test. Because right now, one of those resin cartridges, let's assuming that we were using that, we start out with 330 grams of resin minus 50 grams of resin for her testing, just to directly assay it, times 0.03, 8.4 grams, roughly, more or less, oftentimes more, for a single resin cartridge. So if I can figure out how do we elute it and then electroplate it, we're going to have lots of gold in individual beads. It's going to be pretty impressive. But we'll get there when we get there. Oh, any other questions, anybody? It's kind of funny when you looked at that bead, you notice it's in a rectangular mold, and the surface tension really causes it to bulge a lot. That's why we call them tic tacs.
It wants to be round.
Because it's got that surface tension. Now, Lauren said you could probably sprinkle some borax on there and cut some of that surface tension, but it's not a problem as far as we're concerned. Later on, when we're getting bigger beads and stuff, it's hard to tell what we may get a small cone mold or something like that, a little carbon cone mold for to get gold buttons, basically. We'll just have to see how it goes. But that was pretty nice. Another thing we could do is get a larger bar mold or whatever. I mean, we could take a carbon cone mold.
Well, that bar mold will hold 1 ounce of gold. The large space is not the one I used. I used the medium-sized space now.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that the large one, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. We'll find out. But I was thinking you could take just a small cone mold and easily get 1 ounce of beads of all different sizes in it, and then just melt it into a single button.
And we have a cone mold. I mean, if I were going to pour 2 ounces of freaking gold, I'd pour it in our cone mold.
When melting a sample in the crucible, what is the flux for? Okay, mining. That's a good question. Let me erase this. It does several things. Okay. Now, this can be either rock or a metal sample or a lot of different things. But the flux, you basically have a couple of different ingredients. Number one, you have fluxing agents, which melt and absorb impurities. Now by melting, I mean when you add certain fluxes to the charge, it will all melt at a lower temperature. And these would typically be borax, soda ash. What's the other major one? Silica. Okay. Those ingredients are basically to help melt the charge and to absorb impurities. Now, we have litharge. This is lead oxide. And that is to create lead, which is a collector metal. Basically, as you're fluxing it, the litharge, which is a powder or granules, converts into lead and percolates down through the whole charge and basically kind of washes the gold out. Okay? Now, if you've got sulfides and stuff like that, the lead oxide will somewhat oxidize those sulfides. If you've got oxides, the lead oxide won't reduce. So then you have to have a reducing agent. And that's usually flour or charcoal.
Or argol.
Yeah, but not much. Okay. And basically what that is to reduce this lead oxide. The flour is just a simple, cheap source of carbon. Charcoal is more powerful. It's more concentrated than the flour. But that's to turn the lead oxide into lead. That's its whole purpose. Different charges will have different oxidizing and reducing potentials. And you have to figure that out for your particular charges. And hello, Justin. And so these things are very much ore dependent or sample dependent. Let's see. Another thing that sometimes is used but really hard on the crucibles is fluorite, because that really dissolves stuff, including your crucible. They won't last very long if you're using fluorite. Let's see. And then you have silver in quart.
Don't forget the potassium nitrate.
That's oxidizing. I'll get that in a minute. Thank you. Okay. Now, as part of the normal fire assay, once you have your precious metal bead, you need to separate the gold from the silver. Now, the problem with that is if you don't have at least 2 or 3 times the silver that you have gold, that bead is not going to dissolve in nitric acid. The silver will not dissolve away. So you will add enough silver if necessary. If your ore has, in our case, for example, a 1-to-1 or less silver to gold ratio, then we would have to add enough silver so that we know we have at least, what, 3 times the gold?
Yes, but if I may interject here.
Sure.
In quart is standard in assay for a couple of reasons. First of all, you want to have one known quantity going in here so you can do your difference equations, because if you know you added 1 gram of silver, like I do, and you end up with a 2-gram silver bead, that means the other 1 gram of stuff in there has got to be gold and silver. Okay? So at that point, when you part it, if you end up with 0.5 gram of parting debris, a 0.5 gram gold bead, then you know that your ore also had a 0.5 gram of silver. You want to have a minimum of 2.14 times as much silver as you do gold. That is considered the absolute minimum. And since you really don't know what you have in that bead, and silver has a protective quality to it. It can protect gold and keep it from volatilizing. You generally will add 3 times as much silver as you think you might have gold. Like most of my assays, I add 2 grams of silver. That's definitely 100% more than enough. Okay. You can add as much as you want. The point is, you need to have known numbers in there. You know the size of your lead button. When you cupel it, you end up with a known size bead. And if you added a known amount of silver, then you have enough numbers to do the math. Otherwise, you're not going to have the numbers. I mean, that's basically it.
Okay. If you know you have enough silver in the sample, you don't need to do the in quart, but you find that out by experience. And our resin, it does not. Where I have, there it is. No, that's the wrong one. Yeah, this resin here does not have as much silver as gold. Typically, it's not even like 10 or 20%. So for what she's doing with the resin, she just always adds enough gold, enough silver to take care of that.
According to the book, you should always in quart a known quantity of silver anyway, just in case, because especially if you're dealing with an unknown ore.
Well, you have to guesstimate it first. Now, so this is for parting. Okay. You need to have enough silver for the parting. Now, and so you have to have a certain amount of reduction to turn this lead oxide into lead. But what happens if you have like a sulfide concentrate? This little bit of flour here is not going to do anything to the sulfide. So you would add an oxidizing agent. In our case, we have a plastic resin that we're trying to break down. And that is usually potassium nitrate. That's what we use. This fluorite could also do it. But again, it's really rough on your crucibles. You'll get a couple charges out of a crucible and it's gone. In her case, because she's not doing assaying, she's getting large beads. Small amounts of cross-contamination are not that critical. So she's reusing the crucibles. These are the same crucibles we bought for the assaying we did last spring. We still have enough crucibles left over from that case that she's going along just fine with it. Although probably we're going to be getting some more soon. They're not real cheap. They're not real expensive. They're like $3 or $4 each, something like that. So if you have a lot of sulfides or something like that, you need to add more oxidizing agent. If your ore is naturally reducing, like our case is, our stuff is a reducing because it's got the resin, we don't need to worry about putting in a reducing agent. The resin is a fine reducing agent. So we actually add an oxidizing agent. The way you tell is by how much lead you get from how much litharge. If we're putting in, for example, in a resin thing, 60 grams of litharge. And how much lead can you get out of that?
58 grams is the average. And for real assays, you're aiming for a 30-gram button, by the way.
Yeah. See, we're getting 58 grams of lead from that 60 grams of lead oxide.
But we should bear in mind that one that came out really funky that one time got an 85-gram button, so we may be able to use more. If I had bigger crucibles, I'd test that.
Yeah. She mismeasured some stuff. The scale went wonky. But anyhow, this should actually, if you put in 60 grams of litharge, you should get what, about a 40-gram button?
Yeah, for 60 grams.
Yeah, you should get about 40 grams is ideal. That means you've got your oxidation reduction situation balanced pretty well. This means that you've got more reduction than you've dealt with. Okay? Because you shouldn't be reducing all the litharge. By the way, the litharge also tends to dissolve stuff. But all that litharge should not be converting to lead. If it is, you got too much reduction and you need to add oxidation. That is exactly why we use the silver, to get the gold to part. Now, it would depend on what the person wants. If you want pure gold, you can inquart the silver, dissolve in nitric acid, and then you're going to be looking at like 99% pure gold that you're melting into your bar. You can recover the silver. It's not a consumable like everything else is. It can be recovered from the nitric acid by simply consuming enough nitric acid, either by neutralizing it or dissolving enough silver or whatever, so it's not dissolving much anymore, and then putting a chunk of copper in it. Just like this. You put a chunk of copper in, and silver just starts forming and falling to the bottom. The reason you want to reduce the activity of the nitric acid is so it doesn't redissolve the silver. But yeah, we've used that same bunch of silver for, we're losing probably 10% of our silver due to inefficiencies in our recycling. But that's not bad considering the price of silver. And instead of buying a silver round or something like that and then dissolving it and precipitating just to get fine silver, one way that works real well is we go to Prospector Trip, and he likes to refine silver and stuff. So his cemented silver works real well for what we need, because it's fine particle sizes. So it works great. And our re-cemented, the silver we cement works really good for inquarting, because it's in fine particles and you can blend it evenly throughout the charge. So that's what we use and reuse. But those are kind of the basics. And from there, it gets complicated. We have a book like this thick. Okay. If you're trying to remove magnetite and manganese from the sample, they're probably going to consume a lot of flux. Okay. In order to...
That's an entirely different kind of assay.
If you're going to, dissolve that amount of metals, you're going to need a lot more flux to ore ratio.
We can give you more information on that next week, because my book has an entire section on complex ores that I'm going to be rereading. And it covers that.
Yeah. So there's books that cover all these things. But that's probably more the type of charge we're going to use. No, they are not, Horton. The 29.16 gram assay. What's it, Chris? Yeah, you're still here. Could you give him the name of the book right off the bat, Chris? All we've been assaying to this point is resin. And the resin is running percent gold. 1 ounce per ton is 1 part in 40,000 roughly. So we're running huge numbers, percentages more than assay tons. So
for the resin, I have determined a 25 gram dry sample.
Sounds good, Chris. Yeah, we're using 25 grams of damp resin dried, which runs out to about 12.5 grams. And that gives us a bead. What's our biggest bead? 0.6?
Yeah, our biggest
from
bead
last
was
year's
0.6.
stuff. Yeah, our biggest bead was like about 0.6 grams of gold. and a small one with loaded resin is running 0.15 grams. So it's a totally different situation than ore assaying. And that's why I was saying that Eva can reuse the crucibles reasonably well in this situation. But if she was assaying, she could not use any of these crucibles for assaying ore, because the cross contamination is going to wipe your numbers
I have
off the map.
special crucibles that are only for assaying ore,
You know,
porcelain ones.
I say, so it's just not for that. Use new crucibles every time, usually, you know, but it's
The
a
book said you could reuse crucibles.
yeah, depending on making sure that they're coming out clean and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things that we're just dealing with an entirely different situation than your normal ore assay. We're dealing with concentrations that you would typically find in concentrates, or if you were, had like you were cementing gold out of cyanide with zinc. Then you're starting to deal with the kind of environment we are. Although in that case, you'd have a very much a different situation because of the residual zinc and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those situations. In the charge, once it gets up to temperature, these various materials melt and become essentially corrosive liquids. Okay. You think of it as the high temperature, but there's also chemistry going on here. And you blend it all evenly together, Coulter. And that way, the finer you can get the materials and the more they're mixed, the better that lead can wash the gold out of everything. Yep, zinc shavings will do it. Yeah, you can put it. What Eva likes to do is take, what is it, 10 grams of old flux?
Yep.
Yeah, 10 grams of old flux, 60 mesh minus, and layer it on top to try and keep the frothing and stuff under control.
It's a slag cap, and it does work to keep things from flying. It keeps the reaction from getting too energetic.
Yeah. And it also recovers any gold that happens to be trapped in that slag too. So I say that's basic, and that's very basic. It gets a lot more complicated.
We can discuss it more next week. I can bring home the book.
You can put on your white shirt, your white lab coat there.
Yep, and I can bring home the book.
Yeah, and bring home a crucible and a thing. Also, we're looking at trying something. Portland cement also absorbs molten lead oxide, but not metals. So you can use that for a cupel. And we're going to try using a crucible essentially filled with Portland cement powder as a cupel and see whether it comes, the stuff that's absorbed comes out of the crucible easily enough that we can keep reusing the crucible, kind of screen the Portland cement a little bit to get the lead oxide slag off to the side. And you can also recover that lead from the lead oxide slag in the cupel. You crush them up, mix them with some charcoal, and refire them.
Uh-oh.
What?
Something bizarre is going on in Japan at the moment.
What's going on in Japan?
Their bond market was at negative 25%, negative 0.25% interest.
Yeah.
And it's now at 0.417% interest. And according to a tweet, the Japan bonds futures trading just got halted on the Osaka exchange.
Apparently, Japanese bonds are having some issues right at this instant, rather significant issues. So if you got Japanese bonds, you might want to check.
Something funny going on there.
Night, Horton. Yeah, ask questions. So anyhow, let's say because we're as always doing something odd. We don't just we're not able to just get the manual for it and say, okay, plug and play and you're done. Ha ha ha. Or as we like to say here, and. um, you can recover the lead from the cupel material. Hey, Dan, good night. But you can't recover it from the cupel. You have to crush the cupel so that the charcoal can mix with everything. And again, get close enough. When you heat it, it starts forming carbon monoxide, which is a very strong reducing agent.
Yeah, basically you get your cupel totally saturated and you break off any unsaturated parts, you grind it down, and then you can smelt it and recover the lead. And I do have a paper saved somewhere for electro refining lead that you've recovered.
Yeah, the problem is it's in a form that's not usable for assaying. You could make it
It
for
may have impurities.
bullets or lead weights or something. Well, no, it's not a finely divided lead oxide.
Yeah, you have to make, well, you can use finely divided lead in an assay. It just doesn't work the way lead oxide does.
Yeah,
It
that's
works
it.
entirely different.
That's it. You can recover the lead, but as lead metal, not as litharge. So if you can turn that back into litharge, Chris probably knows the way, but you probably don't want to do it because it's cheaper to buy litharge, would be my guess.
Well, it is still a good idea to recover your lead because the cupels are technically a hazmat.
Yeah, as Eva says, they're technically a hazardous material. So by getting the lead out of them, you solve that issue. Again, if you like Prospector Trip does a lot of gun stuff, reloads ammunition. If he's got the molds and stuff to, cast bullets, it might work just fine for that. So fishing weights, of course, it'll work. Yeah, that was my thought, Chris. Use it for something else, or just sell it as lead. Somebody makes bullets or weights or something like that. Just sell it to them for the price of lead.
Well, I want to recover it for silver free because if I can electro refine it, then supposedly any silver and gold in there should precipitate out.
Yes, theoretically, when you electro refine it, you can get the gold and silver back. Sweet, Coulter. Do you have crucibles? I think it's Frontier over in Reno that we get our stuff from. What's wrong with is there anything? Yeah, you're going to need crucibles. And Legend in Reno. You've got the link right there, or the email. Let me get you the link here. Watch this. Tink. Come on. Okay, you want to do it that way? We'll do it that way, you sons of guns. Tink. Where's your main? I don't know why it doesn't have a thing. There it is. Come on, right there. Wow, that is the thing. www.lmine.com. Yep. So that's it. Coulter.
To say that the
Just
person
go
who
there.
decided
And they've got good prices on stuff. You can get your litharge and other supplies there too. Things like anhydrous borax, anhydrous soda ash, fine silica. You might check with a chemical supply store around you. Typically, in a case like that, you're going to have to buy 50-pound bags, depending upon how much you want to smelt. That can make sense. We buy 50-pound bags, things like litharge, etc. And then we usually split them with Lauren. And so we get the best price, and 25 pounds of stuff goes a fair ways when you're assaying. Later on, may not, but we're going to need a bigger furnace. We start doing real production stuff.
Yeah, I want a furnace that is gas if possible. Propane.
Yeah, if you're going to be doing assaying, yes, you're going to need to mining. It's called parting. And what you do is after you cupel, you wind up with a precious metals bead, not a gold bead. So you're going to have gold, silver, any platinum group going to tend to be in there. Okay. To separate that, you put it in hot dilute nitric acid, and you dissolve the silver. Any small amounts of base metals that are left will dissolve, etc. And you're going to be left with gold and platinum group. In most cases, there's no platinum group, so it's not an issue. Then you take that's what we call parting debris, and you have to remelt that. One of the simplest ways is to take a small cupel and some lead. They call it foil, but it's a little thicker than what you'd think of as a foil, but it's real thin lead sheet. Get a big roll of it like this, and it lasts a long time.
Ours is half gone.
Yeah. And ours is 3 inches wide. So Eva cuts 1.5 inch squares, kind of dents them in the middle, and so they kind of fold up, puts the parting debris in there, folds them up, squeezes them together, and puts them in a little cupel.
Looks like a wonton.
And one of my recent videos, she was doing it.
Or crab rangoon.
Just put that in there, and then as you heat it in the new cupel, and you said that takes what, 10 minutes or less?
Yeah, usually maybe 5 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes. And
if your cupellation is going well, you'll reduce a gram of lead per minute.
Okay. Anyhow, so let's say the lead will oxidize, leave, and it sucks that gold together into a round bead. If you look at our last video with the bead that Eva made, then you can see the size beads she's getting, and from those lead foil packets. She could get a lot bigger bead. The lead foil just basically kind of grabs the gold, almost amalgamates it, and sucks it together as things are heating up, and allows it to clump into one centered mass, basically. And then as the temperature comes up, fuse. By the time that the gold has fused, the lead's all gone. By the time you get to that.
If you do standard fire assays, you pile your parting debris in a little pile in a porcelain annealing cup that they also sell on Legend.
Yeah, we haven't gotten that to work well yet. So
I don't own an annealing cup yet.
We had a whole bunch of them. That's what our first little crucibles were, annealing cups. But anyhow, as I say, it's not cheap to get set up, but it's not terribly expensive either. And usually the furnace is the most expensive part of it. But by the time you buy all the supplies you need, it's $500 if you're buying them in economical quantities, where you're getting the best price. you're probably between 500 and $1,000 to get set up. You could talk with Prospector Tripp too and see if he wants any flux components like anhydrous borax, anhydrous soda ash. Now, you can get regular borax, regular soda ash at the store. You know, you can go down to Albertsons and get them. It's called borax and washing soda. The problem is they have a lot of water in the crystalline structure, and when you heat them, they're bubbling and frothing and boiling, and it runs over your crucible, hits the kiln, and starts dissolving the liner of the kiln. You know? Before you had the sample, do not have smash it down to increase surface area. You can do either one, but it'll go faster if you hammer it flat. Coulter. You know? Eva normally just throws them in. Quite often that's the thing that she's done at the end of the day is she's created these precious metals beads, or what we call the first bead, throws them in the parting acid, and then when we come back tomorrow,
Well, if your
they're fine.
parting acid is the right temperature and the right specific gravity, my beads have been dissolving just fine.
Yeah. Jeff, the lead forms lead oxide. The lead oxide soaks into the cupel. It will wet the cupel, and the molten metal will not. So the lead will form a puddle on top of the cupel. At the top of the lead surface, it's forming an oxide, and that oxide goes running off the sides of the convex bead button, actually, at that point, and gets soaked into the cupel. So basically, the cupel won't absorb molten metal, and as the lead turns into oxide and goes bye-bye, what's left is your precious metals metal. And that's how that works. That's why you get that separation. Yeah, I'll bet, Chris. There's a bit of an art to forming the hammered bead for best results. I wouldn't be surprised. One thing I can tell you, Coulter.
I can actually tell you what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
You pound the bead flat and you form it into a little cone.
This is a really important assay tool for those of us who are ordinary people. This is the pan in which you do these sort of things so that when a bead goes flying somewhere, you got a really good chance that it doesn't disappear on you. Okay? Like when you're pulling the beads out of the cupels and stuff like that, and they're a little sticky, this comes in real handy. Another thing, if you're trying to flatten a bead, they can be fairly resilient, but a good cast iron mortar and pestle, you can put a hell of a bead on it and it can't fly away from you. You can beat the bejesus out of it and it's not going to fly away. You take a piece of 1/2-inch steel plate and you put it on here and you start wailing with that little bead on a hammer, you hit it wrong and then go pew. Chris says, yeah, there's the cornucopia, the spiral, the pleat, and a couple of others I've seen.
Yep, the cornucopia is the one the book recommended.
Yeah. So this is important to make sure stuff doesn't go flying on you. How do you recover the silver from the nitric acid? Well, once you've got basically as much, you dilute it to the point, how much wood is it? 7-to-1 water to nitric?
It's 1.07 specific gravity.
Which is what?
7 parts water, 1 part strong nitric acid.
Okay.
Which will be nitric acid that's a 1.28 specific gravity.
Okay. He'll get the book. You basically take 7 parts distilled water, 1 part concentrated nitric acid, and once that stops dissolving the silver, you can take a piece of copper, put it in there, and it'll cement the silver back out again.
And as to how you know it stops dissolving silver, um, you'll notice that your beads start dissolving slower and slower, and you have to add extra nitric acid. The other thing you'll notice is when you pour your nitric acid back into your container when you're cleaning your parting debris, it'll form what I call feathers. They're crystals of silver nitrate, and your nitric acid in the bottle will start looking cloudy.
And by the way, silver nitrate solution is clear. When it reacts with your skin, it forms silver chloride, which then photodissociates into silver. This nail right there, that's colloidal silver basically on it. I was able to scrape the top of the nail with a knife, but I couldn't do that side too well. So anyhow, it's a good idea to wear gloves just for safety anyway. But you'll realize if you didn't do it properly, it will tell you. Trust me. And real assay labs quite often have rollers, like a jewelry roller, to roll the beads through so that you don't have to worry about them flying everywhere. Also, as you're hammering it, it can, chip a chunk off of there too. So that would, in a normal assay, that would be a bad thing. By using a jewelry roller, you can flatten it in a much more controlled manner. Okay. Hey, if the weather's decent, Coulter, I'm kind of thinking you could probably come up here and we could kind of show you how it done too. I'm sure Eva would be happy to show you. I could even maybe get you your dog pans back.
I would love to show you.
Yep.
I know all kinds of little tricks.
I presume Lauren wouldn't mind the occasional visitor over there seeing stuff. I don't know if Lauren's still on or not. It's getting pretty late. He's likely asleep. But yeah, I don't foresee any problem with that, Coulter. And you could also maybe see what else we're doing. We're always doing something fun.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and thanks for the good questions. It got us another 30 minutes. And some ice fishing too. I think that Lauren would be amenable to that if he had the time. How dangerous are the fumes from cupelling? Oh, they can kill you. Vaporized lead. All this should be done in a very well ventilated situation, as in fume hood with a lot of air movement. If you look at the videos where Eva's over in Lauren's, you'll see that he's got basically a barrel with a hole cut in the side and a exhaust duct at the end. There's a blower outside sucking air so that all that stuff is just going right up the thing and staying away from Eva. Yeah, when you're smelting, ores and stuff, you can have arsenic, antimony, mercury, all kinds of really nasty things that you do not want to breathe. So yeah, ventilation is key, real critical. That's a very good question, Jim. You should be very, very careful about excellent ventilation. And when in doubt, get a bigger fan. Okay. Don't scrimp on the fan.
Size matters here.
Yeah, size matters. So, yeah, you want definite good ventilation so that, let's say, and if you know someone that's got a vape, just have them blow in the air around and make sure it all just goes zook, Yep, the acid fumes are dangerous also. Yeah, mining, you need to make yourself a fume hood for all these things. Nitric acid fumes, toxic heavy metal fumes, things like that. And so you want to, you want to get a good one. What Lauren did was he built one with a metal frame and then took plexiglass with strip magnet stuff on it, the magnetic strip material. So you can just go click, click, He has two, so he can take the bottom one off and you can work in there, but the gases are always being sucked like that. Science madness for him, huh? I didn't inhale. Well, if he inhaled this stuff, we wouldn't have had the problem that we did. Okay. This stuff will kill you in a heartbeat. If you got the wrong thing going on and bad ventilation, bad things can happen. Lauren's got some really good ventilation over there too, which I appreciate. Any other questions? We'll probably make a video just on acid firing the resin when we get around to it here. We've just been too busy doing other stuff. So that's life in the real world. I would imagine, Chris, that's where the vape stick comes in handy. You can see what's going on. Yeah, Shaggy, we're going to go out tomorrow afternoon, get a few things done that need to be done. And also, I need to move the truck and park it near an electrical outlet for Wednesday night because it's going to need to be plugged in. So, yeah, we're being careful. It's kind of annoying because we got stuff we'd like to do in the lab, but as the claim holder told me on Sunday, discretion is often the better part of valor. Now you can go back and see a lot of it, Coulter, on various videos with Eva doing her thing. But the other thing is with electric kiln, you may very well want to get spare elements. What kind of a kiln is it, Coulter? What brand? Is it a top load or is it a side load, etc.? Because we've replaced the heating element on ours at least a half a dozen times. You need to, if you don't have, you need to make a refractory floor that'll catch overspills and stuff like that so it doesn't eat up your kiln. And I'll say there's ways of doing that too that are pretty inexpensive. Using a... Oh no, you need a fume hood. The HEPA filter works on particulates, not vapors. You're dealing with vapors. So the filter, no go. You need a fume hood with exhaust someplace where it's going to get carried off on the wind. Yep. Okay, Coulter, what kind of kiln do you have? say front loading, top loading, 110, 220. What's the deal? Because yeah, it's one of those things that we found about every way you can kill a heating element, and how to field repair them too, to where they'll work for a while. But it's once they get enough corrosion on, they're pretty hard to reconnect. They're just too fragile. They break instead of bend. Propane tank, heating element in the bottom, and a fire brick on the bottom with special insulation on the sides. Okay, got a pretty good idea what you're looking at. I would check with Trip and see the heating elements, and see what kind of situation it is to replace them. Sooner or later, it's likely they're going to go bad. And you're going to want some kind of a liner on the bottom. Now, you can just lay a layer of bone ash or Portland cement or something like that and do a fair amount of protection that way. Top load 110, yep. I presume you just turn it on and off, Coulter? There's no thermocouples, controls, systems, or anything like that, just an on-off switch? Or maybe just a plug-in? Waiting for a response. Yeah, the heating elements in electric kilns are very sensitive. Well, not very, but they're sensitive to the corrosion and spatter. You always get corrosive fumes when you're assaying and such, but sometimes you get spatter and stuff like that. If you get like a chunk of slag on the heating element, what it does, it causes a hot spot. It's insulating the heating element. The heating elements are trying to get that heat away from themselves as much as possible. If anything restricts that, it'll tend to get such a hot spot that it actually melts the element at that point and you get a failure. Looks like a coil from a stove. So you're talking an enclosed heating element, if I'm not mistaken. You mean like the coil on the surface of a stove where you would put a pan on it? I hadn't thought of that. Plug in and unplug. That's an interesting thought, because I don't know how hot those heating elements are designed to operate at, but they've got nice controls that you can apply to them. I don't know. Yep. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, we're using just bare nichrome wire, and as such, it gets directly exposed to corrosive vapors and stuff, but also it's hot. I mean, electrically hot. And more than once, we've been fishing in the thing with a pair of metal tongs, shorted between the two heating elements, and your reactions go, well, that just stretches this hot heating element, and it's pretty much screwed. So it's a good idea if you have the possibility of an exposed heating element to turn off the power before you reach into your kiln with metal tools. It can save you replacing heating elements.
Wow,
Trust me.
that's interesting.
What is interesting, little one?
The daily delivery notice just came out of Comex,
Yeah.
and it showed a big fat 0. They're sitting on 1,068 orders. So late in the month.
So Comex isn't delivering. So the
Yeah.
presumption is they don't have the silver.
Well, considering how late in the month it is, and they have 1,068 orders.
Well, I don't know what that means, little one.
Well, they've got about 6 or 7 days to come up with it.
Uh-huh. And they're
And they're not rolling shit out the door, which is kind of bizarre. You
okay.
don't see too many days, 0 days.
So basically they seem to be out of stock. Is that what you're saying it looks like to you?
Yeah, either that or what's going to happen is a whole bunch of these orders are just going to kind of go poof somewhere the way they usually do on the second to last day of the delivery month.
By the way, can you people hear Eva when she talks like this? Does the microphone pick her up okay or not? Of course, I can't tell. I can hear her just fine.
Oh my God.
What?
Health Canada has a new coloring book for kids to help them decide if they want medical assistance in dying.
So they now got
Ah!
coloring books for children in Canada to try and get them to commit suicide. Nothing wrong going on here, is there, people? Thank you, Jeff and Coulter.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting pretty bizarre out there. What is it? Clockwork Orange sort of thing? I don't know. This is just
It's not a Clockwork Orange sort of thing.
it's just insane. What was
It's 1984 meets Brave New World.
yeah, but I mean they very shortly, like within the next year at the rate they're going, more people will have died in Canada from assisted suicide during the COVID epidemic than COVID. Okay.
Oh yes, it's already climbing. It's rapidly climbing the list of causes of death in Canada. Good Lord.
Boy, this gets rather annoying.
Coloring book.
My daddy's instincts want me to hurt some people. You know, that's just, well, it's insane, but it's murderously insane, in my opinion. Wow. What a world we live in. Better get back to mining before I'm banned, because amazing world we live in. Anyhow, yeah, Coulter, be happy to have you come over here and show you what we know, which isn't as much as it would be best for you to watch, but we could show you some of the things we found not to do and how to make things a little more idiot resistant. Yeah, but it's kind of, was it more of a Pennywise clown world in many ways, blind dude.
Yeah.
Jesus. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see you again too, Coulter. But make sure you get things arranged where it's you don't have weather issues. This is not a good time to be traveling at random. You need to think carefully ahead. No. And while you're here, if you wanted to go to a side trip to Missoula and take me over there, I need to look at something for my daughter, but not a big deal. Anyhow, anyone else got anything? Questions, statements, exclamations of disgust. I've actually got one in my truck right now. I use it for spare parts when needed, but I'll be happy to give it up. Little magnetic ones is better. Think the other one's still on the porch. I'd have to look at that. Ooh, Lauren's still here. There we go. There's the invite, Coulter. Dude knows how to catch fish.
Coulter's got to come up here.
I have no idea, Jeff, on Portland Cupels, but and Ricky, if you just said loud and clear on the question I asked, it just showed up. Okay. We were planning on putting just ordinary Portland cement, unmoistened, in a crucible, putting a dent on the top. Hey, Steve from Tanzania, how's it going? Gosh, it's got to be morning where you're at, huh? Or is it like 4 o'clock in the morning? Oh, let me see. Oh, okay, yeah, I thought that was you, Steve. When you were talking about long-range locators or whatever, what specifically are you talking about? I have an idea. Some of the things that you're talking about are stuff I don't know anything of, but I'm a bit skeptical of. Well, just drive on dry pavement mining. They say you pick the days right, might not be too hard. You'll need to have like 5 days of good weather in a row, but those freeways clear up quick. You know, you get the right temperatures and stuff. And it's going to start warming up in a couple of months. I mean, probably in March. That's kind of what I'm thinking, mining, because it made no sense any other way. And Stephen also seems to be having a long lag time. It's either taking him a long time to comment, or else there's lag built into the system. Now, since he's on another continent, that wouldn't be surprising, I wouldn't think. Let me get a glass of water while I'm at it. Oh. And Lauren, I want to thank you a lot for those fish.
They were delicious.
And I also found out you can make the crouton sort of stuff like we did for the dressing. Crush it up and use it to bread the fish too. If you want to fry them breaded like that, you know, an egg wash and then, yeah, they're like breadcrumbs.
Made nice crunchy breading.
Well,
with Parmesan.
See, Stephen, I don't know what you mean by long-range locator. What's the brand name? Something like that. I have no idea what exactly you mean. Okay. And so without having a precise understanding of what you're talking about, I don't know what to comment on, to say nothing of what to comment to be. If you can give me a brand name or something like that, I'll be happy to look it up and give you my opinion, but I have no clue at this point. I know somebody who has somebody that supposedly does satellite stuff that I don't understand. I haven't seen it confirmed or disconfirmed, but I'm cautiously hesitant at this point, you know. Yeah, if you can get me some kind of more detail where I could see what it is that you're talking about, I'd have a better idea. Well, Coulter, maybe you need to keep a little better track of your surroundings on the route ahead. He says, last time on my way back home, I was trapped in the forest fires. It was kind of sketchy. Yeah, that'd be kind of sketchy too. Of course, I like to tell everyone when I first came up here, I guess that was 3 summers ago. When we were climbing out of Boulder to go over the last set of mountains, some truck had caught fire ahead of us and pulled over on the side and caught the grass on fire, and it was burning up the hill. So I like to call it, that's Keith's forest fire I helped put out. And he was kind of annoyed because I just had heart surgery. What was it? A month and a half or something, 2 months before. But I was very careful. I didn't overexert myself. My scrake worked really good. I'm so used to Southern California. It's like, man, keep it corralled when it's small until the fire department gets there. Otherwise, it can get ugly. Apparently, they don't go as fast around here. And the other thing I didn't know is just over the top of the hill was a big road cut. So it had nowhere to go, but I had no way of knowing that. I wasn't familiar with it. But yeah, as a matter of fact, that's where the fire department pulled up, was on that road cut, and then ran a little line over top and, you know, got everything all put out. But I'd done a pretty good job of keeping it kind of corralled until they got there, because it was just burning in the grass, and with a rake you can really move quickly on that. Anything else? Yeah, Stephen, if you can email me those details, I'd be happy to look it up and comment. Well, I'm not seeing anything. So I'm guessing it's probably about time to call it a night. It's been 4 hours. I would think that you'd be getting tired of hearing my monologue. Luckily, we got some good questions in the second half there. Well, I'll give it another minute here, but we'll be out there Friday is the plan, Lauren. And say if something comes up where you need my help, you can always call, and we can might have to work out transportation, but don't worry about it. We'll figure something. In the meantime, I say we'll plan on seeing you Friday there. Merry Christmas to you too, Jeff. And it'll be fun seeing Coulter again when he gets up here. Say it may be March or something, but what the heck? Time goes fast. All righty, I'm going to call it a night then, unless something pops up in the next few seconds. So thank you all for showing up. And hopefully I'll have some more conclusions next week. But we are getting a lot of experimentation going on. We'll just have to see how it all turns out. It'd be nice if you could do the same thing twice and get the same results twice. Yeah, if it's a big enough target, you can see at a fair distance. We had a guy that was he wanted to know about. There's a place called Batopilas, Mexico, where basically the bedrock is fractured, and places these fractures open up into pockets, and said pocket may contain 500 to 5,000 pounds of native silver. And they've got like 500 miles of tunnels in the mountain, because in the old days, all they could do is just follow the crack and hope they ran into it. And I told him, well, in a case like that, I'd build a little device where you can put one of those subsurface radars and rotate it 360 degrees and just go like every 5 feet and do a 360. Because I tell you what, 500 pounds of solid metal, that'll show up easy on a radar. And that would have worked fine. I mean, you probably, even with the technology of the day, you probably could have seen those at like 30 feet to 50 feet into the rock. Depends on how conductive the rock is. But yeah, there are some things that'll work. All righty. Well, going to call it a night. Thanks for showing up and everything. Happy prospecting, and keep it safe out there.
Yeah, we're gonna have to bring